Hello, good evening, everyone. So, back with some more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Last time we finished Chapter 3, so we're getting pretty close to the end of all this. So, Chapter 4, The Forgotten Turnabout. What is this going to bring? From here on out, let the Council begin. Ah, the PIC. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the Goddess of Law. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Who are you? Why are you wearing that raincoat? Ah! Huh? What the... what the hell happened to Kay? And yeah, it's sounding like this PIC group seems to really have it out for Edgy. Calm down, you're getting dust everywhere. I've already cleaned this room 3 times since this morning. Well, now you'll need to do it a 4th time. You're way too calm, sir. What if they actually take your badge? The decision has not yet been made. But it looks like it's pretty much decided. Don't you remember what Judge Courtney said? Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today, and you will most likely be required to appear before them. I've been ordered to attend a meeting, that's all. I hate this, sir. I won't be able to work with you anymore. As a detective, perhaps you should welcome this turn of events. You no longer have to work with such a troublesome prosecutor as myself. Why would you say something like that, sir? The problem is with the PIC and their false accusations. Mr. Edgeworth, don't tell me you actually want to become a defense attorney. That would be an interesting turn of events. Because you can't do that! Being a prosecutor is exactly what makes you Prosecutor Edgeworth, sir! A defense attorney, huh? I became a prosecutor because of the incident where I lost my father. However, the reason I became interested in the legal world was because my father, who passed away, had been a defense attorney. To fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney, I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. Are you listening, sir? I don't like this one bit. There's no need for you to be so pessimistic. Maybe my replacement will be more lenient during your salary assessments. Ah, I see. And that way I can eat more than just instant noodles every day. Wait, what am I saying? That's not the point here. He was actually imagining it. We're busy right now. Come back later, pal. Oh. Paging Mr. Edgeworth Is there a Mr. Miles Edgeworth here? Are you a nurse? I'm gonna guess because of the hat. Mr. Edgeworth is busy now. I'll let us know whatever you have to say later, pal. This isn't good. Your face has become all red. Red face, a red face. Like I said, we're kind of busy right now, so... I've got it. You have a tummy ache, right? Huh? This calls for an injection. Stat, please roll up your sleeves. Whoa, what the... no, I'm perfectly healthy. Who might you be? I'm so sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Karen Jensen. I'm a registered nurse at the Die Young Hospital. That name does not fill me with a lot of confidence. I'm sorry, but nobody here is sick. You must have the wrong room. Are you Mr. Miles Edgeworth? You have such great wrinkles between your brow. Thanks. Could it be lupus? This calls for an injection. It's not lupus. Just tell me what business you have with me. It's never lupus. Ah, yes. Actually, there's someone who would like to see you. Please wait a moment. I'll call them here right now. Wait. She left, sir. I wonder who she's gonna bring. If she's bringing someone from the hospital, could it be a patient, sir? Maybe it's someone who was traumatized by your harsh words. What is that supposed to mean? See, when you glare at me like that, it feels like I'm gonna have a heart attack. You could send someone to the hospital with that. Is it really that bad? I'm just being my normal self, though. Oh, what the... Sorry for the wait. Well, what do you think? Oh my goodness. What the hell happened to her? What do I think? Do you not recognize me? Now that she mentioned it, I feel like I've met her before. This card. Your name was written on it. Do you know who I am? That's not... Mr. Oh, I didn't even get to see what... But this is your business card, sir. It clearly says Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. That's true. I'm terribly sorry. Well... The truth is, this girl suffers from memory loss. Okay. Yeah. Convenient video game amnesia again. Memory loss? Yes, that seems to be the case. Is that Kay? Her parents should be worried sick right now. They probably haven't been able to sleep. I doubt they've gotten more than 8 hours. Isn't that plenty of sleep? I see, it sure sounds horrible, but it's alright now. Since she has that business card, she must be an acquaintance of Mr. Edgeworth's. Just leave her to us, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. We might be able to verify your identity, at least. Would you really do that for me? First, I'd like you to tell us everything that you know. That's our Mr. Edgeworth. You have nothing to worry about now, miss. Good grief. But still, where to begin? What should I ask her first? Miss, do you remember your name? My name? I'm terribly sorry. She's been like this ever since yesterday, you know? So you found her yesterday. Wow, that's amazing! How'd you know? You just told me? What a tiresome woman. I found her stumbling around late last night, so I took her in. I wanted to help her out, so I looked through her things. So that's how you found my business card. Did she have anything else with her? Nothing to reveal her name or address. Ah, but she was wearing this when I found her. It is Kay. That's her Yatagarasu's badge. It's an unusual design, don't you think? What? This badge is... What? The Yatagarasu's? That means... it couldn't be. Are you Kay? Kay. You are Kay, right? I am Kay. Kay, don't you remember me? I mean, you don't always call me Gummy, pal. Gummy. I would call one of my elders something so rude. I'm so sorry. What a horrible thing I did. I feel like my heart is going to burst from guilt. Just, what happened to you, pal? You become so sensitive. If you're this sensitive and delicate and frail, then you're not even Kay anymore. You're someone else, pal. Watch your words, detective. If you say that, it almost sounds like Kay isn't sensitive or delicate at all. Though I can't deny there's some truth to what he says. What sort of person was I before I lost my memory? Well, for starters, your name was Kay Faraday. A cheerful girl full of spirit and vigor, and a great thief. Great thief? Yes, to put it frankly. A great thief steals valuables from people's drawers and safes. Steal? I caused so much trouble for others? Oh, I'm so sorry. I never imagined I would be a criminal. Maybe losing my memory was retribution for my crimes. No, you didn't actually... this is so messed up, sir. But it does sort of make sense, you know? These gloves and stuff, they look like what a thief might wear. Ah, those clothes! Yes, she was wearing them when I found her. I had her change her clothes, so I'm holding on to them for now. Something appears to be stuck on her clothes. Perhaps it has something to do with Kay's memory loss. I'll send it down to the lab later and have him check it out, sir. Good. I'll be counting on you, Detective Gumshoe. At any rate, these really look like a thief's clothes, don't they? I am a criminal. It's true you were a great thief, but never once did you commit a crime. That alone I can assure you. Is that so? It's probably better if I don't press this issue any further. I'm really sorry for not remembering you. What kind of relationship did we have? Well, that's rather difficult to explain. Hey, Kay, you were Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Oh my, so then a prosecutor's the kingpin of a great thief? No, that's not what I meant, pal. The last time I met Kay was the day before yesterday. Just what did she do from then up until now? Yeah. Whoever attacked her, we saw attacking her during the cold open. Miss Jensen, was the badge the only thing this girl had on her? She did have some other things, but I don't think they'll be very helpful at all. I don't mind. Please show them to me. Well then, I'll give them to you one by one, okay? Oh, this is a Jammin' Ninja mask. Maybe she went to a superhero show or something. This seems to be a letter addressed to Kay. This is a ticket stub, and this is... a flower made of cloth, like the ones you usually see in restrooms, sir. A corsage. It's used primarily as an accessory for women. Well, that's everything. Did you find anything out? Not really. They were just a bunch of random things. I'm interested. I'll have to look them over in more detail later. A replica of the Jammin' Ninja's mask, made of cheap plastic. A letter in Kay's possession. It's addressed to Kay. I want to see what that letter says. Ticket stub. Cloth decoration shaped like a purple flower, called a corsage. Oh, this is horrible! Kay's lost her memory! Dear Kay, I promise that I'll get it back for you. Your most precious memory. Jill. Who the hell is Jill? Grand Tower viewing platform. Admit 1. April 4th. 7:28 p.m. Student $6. No refunds. Valid only on date of issue. How do we get her back to normal? Calm down, Detective. I've already thought of something. Oh, as I would expect of Mr. Edgeworth. So what'd you find out, sir? Look at this ticket stub. Oh, it's a ticket for the viewing platform of the Grand Tower. Miss Nurse, do you know something about the Grand Tower? Of course I do. It's a super famous dating spot, after all. They say that if a couple holds hands up there, they'll be together forever. The timestamp on the ticket is from yesterday. Moreover, it's only valid on the day of the issue. Since she only has the stub, she must have used it, right? It's very likely. Well then, let's go. Right now, sir? The cause of Kay's memory loss is hidden in her actions. But what about the PIC? It's still too early for me to be summoned there. So should I leave Kay with you then? That's what I would prefer. Kay, you're fine with that, right? Yes, please. Thank you very much. Well, I have to get back to work, so if anything happens, please contact the Die Young Hospital. If you guys need an injection, I'll be there anytime, any place. Yes, I understand. I don't think I'll call her for an injection, though. Well then, let's go, Detective. And you too, Kay. Yes, sir! Thank you for helping me. According to the pamphlet, this building's 50 stories tall. It's mostly filled with offices, though. Only the viewing platform's open to the public. Here you go, sir. I just got this at the reception desk. Good, thank you. Cross-section of the tower and an overhead view of the platform. Well then, let us head there immediately. Cherry tree, candy stand. Eek! The Grand Tower! The Grand Tower's collapsing! What? Huh? What? No, you can't! Please stop! Please, I beg of you! Huh? It's no good. Unless I drink fresh milk, my thoughts just won't reach. Huh? What's wrong, pal? Did something happen at the Grand Tower? Cut! 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 Excuse me, we're sort of in the middle of shooting a movie, and, oh, it's her. That's her from, she was one of those studio people from the first game. I suspected as much. We're sorry for any trouble we caused you. Detective Gumshoe? I'm sorry, pal. I really thought the tower was gonna collapse or something. Whatever. Hey, Director, I'm taking a break. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. What a relief. Looks like the tower's collapse was prevented somehow. Explain all this decay as she is now and take more time than it's worth. Well, then we should get going. Okay, so what, are they shooting some kind of movie on site? Wow, what a view! Bet I can see my house from here. The wind really is strong up here. Everything should be fine as long as you stay close to me and Mr. Edgeworth, pal. If you start to blow away, one of us will be sure to catch you. It's not as if she's a kite. Kay, do you recognize this place? I don't know. Was I really here? Maybe if I get her to talk a bit, it'll jog her memory. Okay, just tell me whatever you remember. Anything will do. Okay, but I don't know how much help I'll be. Oh, we doing a... Did I really come to a place like this? It's so high up and the wind is so strong. It's frightening. I just can't remember. I just can't remember anything at all. I'm sorry. Just as I thought, it's impossible. Her memory isn't clearing up at all, huh? I'm sorry. It's a bit pathetic, isn't it? You're both going out of your way for me, but I'm not helping at all. You're doing just fine. You have memory loss, after all. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember to go easy on her, sir. Normally you have this really intense and kind of scary look on your face. You're not helping, Detective. This ticket stub proves that you were indeed here. But I really don't remember coming here at all. I don't think I would want to come to a place like this. I used to love places like these, though. Was that really me? I mean... Is it... How... I'm not too knowledgeable on what real-life amnesia is like, but would it... It's almost like it's given her a completely different personality. As well. We're so high up, just looking down makes me dizzy. Again, my eye, and likely Edgeworth as well, didn't recognize her at first, because it's like she's a completely different person. I think these kinds of places should be shut down. What if an elderly person or a small child were to fall off? Oh my god! The railing here is quite high. I think your worries are unfounded. Is that so?
Hold it!
You say you don't remember anything. In that case, is there anything that looks familiar? Looks familiar. Oh, the cherry tree. What about the cherry tree? I was standing under that cherry tree. That's right, I was taking shelter from the rain because it was raining then. In there, a red... I saw something red. She was under the cherry tree when it rained. And from there she saw something red. Is something wrong? It's nothing. Could you add that last part to your story?
Hold it!
A red what exactly? A red... something or other. It was something red. That's all I can remember about it. This is more purple. Speaking of things that are red here, could it be that stand over there? Stand. A red stand. Oh, that's right. I saw someone walking towards me from the other side of that stand. And then what happened? And then, I'm sorry. It's alright, simply add everything you just said to your story. From the other side of the stand. That seems kind of off, though, because there's nothing behind the stand.
Objection!
So, you're saying that someone came from behind the stand and walked directly toward you? Yes, someone came right up to me. Then that someone must have been a ghost. No, it was a person, I'm sure of it. If this is where you were under the cherry tree, then someone behind the stand wouldn't have any ground to stand on. They'd be floating in midair. No person should be able to stand there. Eh! But I'm not lying. Someone in red was on the other side of the stand. Oh, damn. Get a hold of yourself, girl. What? They were walking toward me. Getting closer and closer. And then... That person... Ah! Holy shit. What's wrong? Calm down, it's alright. Me and Mr. Edgeworth are both here for you, pal. I was pushed off. That person in red. Yes, they were wearing a red raincoat. Someone in a red raincoat was walking in midair. And furthermore, they pushed her off this building. Nonsense. There's no way she could be alright after falling from a building this high. Attention, everyone. Please remain where you are. What's wrong, pal? I'm a detective. Tell me what's going on. Sir, a body was just discovered in this building. Oh. What? A body? A body has been discovered! Who's the victim? We're currently investigating the details, but the victim is a woman. We have verified that her name is Kay. Huh? What? What? Okay, what the hell is going on? This chapter has just started, and it's full of surprises. PIC meeting room. This room is... Would this room happen to be... Yes, sir. It's the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee's meeting room. What? It's here? I heard they recently moved out of the prosecutor's building. But to think they moved here of all places. The PIC has moved their venue here. Kay is attacked here. I'm sure it's not just a coincidence. Oh, Nurse Lady's here too, I see. Mr. Edgeworth! Kay! And who's the granny? What brings you here? How are you holding up? We're in the middle of an investigation right now. Sorry, but who might this be? Ah, this is my granny. Let me just... Hi there, Sonny. The name's Bonnie Young. Who the heck are you? She says. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. Ms. Jensen, isn't Young the name of... Granny's the director of the Die Young Hospital. This old lady's the director? Who are you calling old, she says. She can read my thoughts? Oh, so that granny's pretty important, huh? I wouldn't go that far. I mean, yes, she is. Ah, these people are the patient's guardians. You know, the one with amnesia? Seems she's a bit of an introvert. Hey, Sonny, want me to cure that bad case of the frownies for you, she says. I'm afraid that's an incurable disease for Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Huh? Really, Granny? You want me to say that? I ain't got nothing to say to you whippersnappers. You're free to do whatever you want. But you better not get in the way of my autopsy. Please wait, we're... No means no. Hey, you don't have the right to decide that, pal! Sorry, Granny's the coroner, you see. And she's in charge of this case, so... Ouch! So, I'm very sorry, but that's the way it is. What do you mean that's the way it is, pal? Well, even if you ask me, I'm not the one who said it. I kind of feel like I'm watching a comedy act, sir. Well, we need to get back to the autopsy, so please excuse us, and take care. What was with her attitude? We received permission to investigate. There shouldn't be any problems. That attitude of hers is a huge problem, sir. Mr. Edgeworth? What do we do now? We'll investigate the scene, of course. As a prosecutor, I can't stand by and do nothing. So somebody else has been killed, and their name just happens to be also be K. A different person named K. But the policeman said the dead person is also named K. Then I'm pretty sure I'm not the K that you know, Mr. Edgeworth. We shall investigate that now, but don't worry. There's no question that you are the K I know. Okay. An amnesiac K and a corpse K. Both are connected to the Grand Tower. I'm certain that this case will lead me to K's lost memories. You there, tell me the situation about the security of this room. Yes, sir. To enter this room, a special key card is required. I see. In other words, not just anyone can enter this room. So the person who found the body was also... Yes, it was a member of the PIC, who had come here for today's hearing. A member of the PIC. If not for this case right now, I would be... It's half of a large round table with 11 chairs. Seems to be based off a certain legend. I know that one, sir. It's the famous Knights of the Brown Table. Huh? Was I wrong? Knights of the Clown Table? Knights who say knee? He's getting colder, but I won't say anything. I'm sorry, right now Granny's in the middle of the autopsy, so... Are you Sonny's trying to get in the way of my autopsy? Is what she says. Could you please wait just a little bit longer? Yes, I suppose we have no choice. We'll come back to investigate the body later. I see a pool of blood over here, so presumably this is Lady Justice. You sure do know a lot, sir. So what kind of powers does she have? She's a symbol of justice, not a superhero. It said the scales represent justice, the sword, power, and the blindfold, equality. Pool of blood lies at the feet of the goddess statue. So I presume this is where she was killed. Judging from the pool of blood, it seems that this was where the victim was killed. As I just said. But sir, the body's over there! So did somebody move the body over to that table? After murdering the victim, did the killer move the body? Excuse me. Oh, Francie! You are... Ow. Oh, yes, what is it? That voice, it's Von Karma, right? Do you know her, Granny? Good to see you again, Doctor. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth. What's she doing here? Franziska von Karma. She's a prosecutor working with Interpol, and the daughter of Manfred von Karma. She should be jetting around the world right now. Wherever there is a case, I will follow. National borders mean nothing before me. Your presence here must mean that this case has international significance. You know well enough that I'm chasing a smuggling ring. Still? I shall recover all the stolen goods and crush that organization. So is this involved with that again? Then does that mean the smuggling ring is also involved in this particular case? Any further information is confidential. I am not obligated to speak of it with you. So it won't be that easy. Miss Von Karma? Miss Francisca Von Karma? Granny says... The autopsy is complete. You're free to do what you want. In that case, we would like to investigate as well. I've heard rumors about you. No way I'm letting you near that body. What? You're that prosecutor who's about to get the boot. You best run on home now, Sonny. Get the boot! Man, these people hatin'. Just so you know, I wasn't the one who said that, okay? Please, Granny, we need to investigate. No matter what. Hey, Lassie, who are you calling Granny? I'm sorry. We're not getting anywhere. I guess I have no other choice. Francisca, please allow us to aid you in your investigation. We must examine that body in order to find out what happened to Kay. To Kay Faraday? I'm asking you to, sir. Kay's in really bad shape. I don't know what's going on. But fine, I'll grant you permission. You have my thanks. Of course, I didn't say it would come without a price. You will explain everything to me later. We really owe you one, sir. I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. Ouch! So that's how it is. If you would be so kind as to authorize them to, Doctor. I suppose it's fine if he's with a prosecutor from Interpol. Is what she says. And I fully agree with Granny. By the Von Karma name, the entire world will be judged. That's just common knowledge. That's rather conceited for common knowledge. Well, it's none of my beeswax anymore. Is what she says. I hope you don't get in trouble for this. You needn't worry. My reputation will not be shaken by something so petty. Unlike me, who's on the verge of losing his badge. Okay, and what's... There's something next to the body, too. Okay, we already heard this part. This body. It's not Kay, sir. Doesn't look like her at all. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it isn't. Kay's alive, after all. Her age is, I guess, around 30, and she's wearing a pantsuit. Maybe she worked in one of the offices in this building. So her identity is still unknown. The question now becomes, why did the police believe her name was Kay? There doesn't seem to be anything in this pocket. No, I was looking at the... Is that a stab wound? This pocket has holes in it, sir. Judging by how the cloth was pierced, she must have been stabbed by some sharp object. Probably that candelabra that's sitting next to the body. It's the same shape. All your coins would fall out of these holes, sir. Detective, haven't you ever heard of a wallet? Of course I have, sir. I just use my pockets, though. Most people do, right? Never mind. And I see... Is this the same purple flower that RK had? Something seems pinned to her jacket. It's made out of purple cloth. Yeah. Looks like it's been forcibly torn off, doesn't it? And she's holding some kind of card. There's a burn mark on her hand. Is it connected to the cause of death? No, it appears to be an old scar. She probably got it a long time ago. Seems there's something in her hand. Detective, can you open her hand for me? Yes, sir, understood. Oh, is this one of those key cards that you need to get into that room? This must be a gift card from a department store. Ah! It seems to be a key card. Why? The question is, what was this key card for? Could this be the murder weapon, sir? A three-pronged candelabra. It's consistent with the number of stab wounds. She was probably stabbed by the prongs of the candelabra. A candy zebra? I'm afraid it's not quite what you're imagining, Detective. A candelabra. It's a candlestick holder with multiple arms. Ah, so it's a candle holder. You know, one time I forgot to pay my electric bill, and I had to get by with only candles. What time period are you from? This notebook. Huh? Isn't that Kay's promise notebook? Oh. Yeah, This is the notebook she wrote all her promises to her father in. Really takes me back, sir. Yes. When Kay was young, she and her father wrote the promises they made in this notebook. However, why is it in a place like this? Is this... Ah, now that you mention it, I once heard something from Detective Bad a long time ago. It seems that before anyone had noticed, Kay's memento had gone missing. Oh? What? So a piece of evidence that was in police custody went missing? Detective Bad frantically searched all over for it, but it seems he never found it. What could this mean? Why was the missing notebook found here? Is that why they believe the victim's name is Kay? You there, do you happen to know anything about this notebook? The victim was carrying this notebook when we found her. That was the only evidence we had to identify the body. So that's why you called her Kay. What a misleading victim, huh? Why'd she have Kay's notebook? I sure would like to have some information on the victim's identity, though. Yeah, who is she really? One thing here.
Eureka!
The purple flower Kay had with her. I wonder if that originally belonged to the victim. Now that you mention it, the cloth does look the same as the one on the pin. Yes, let's compare them without delay. It's a perfect match, sir. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. The fact that this flower belongs to the victim means... That can only mean that Kay Faraday came in contact with the victim. And about that corsage, it looks like it was forcibly ripped off. There is a possibility that Kate Faraday is connected to this case, and depending on the situation, we may have to consider her as a suspect. What did you say? There's no way she did it! Oh, are they... I seriously doubt she's the culprit. It's unthinkable! Kay could never do that, sir! However, it's true we have no evidence to deny that claim. It's nothing more than a possibility at the moment. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? Indeed. For better or for worse. Okay. So yeah, she must have used the keycard to enter this room. Perhaps the keycard the victim was holding is for this room. I'll go find out, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, from this room's security system, we were able to retrieve the data of the victim's card. So that means the victim was able to freely enter this room. If the card actually belonged to the victim, of course. Yes, of course. Is there more to find here? The left side of her white jacket has been stained a deep red. This jacket, the buttons are on the right side. Isn't that normal, sir? All my clothes have the buttons on the right side. For women, it's normal to have them on the left side. Mr. Edgeworth, you really do know everything. That's just common knowledge. There doesn't seem to be anything out of place. There's something white in her pocket. They're gloves, pure white ones. One for each hand, sir. They don't seem to be dirty. Could they be the victims? Oh, okay, he says the same thing there. There's some blood on her head. Maybe she was hit with something. We don't know that for sure. Our investigation will ultimately clear that up. There we go. So, the victim's identity remains unknown. Alright. Give me 1 second, and, we'll continue this mystery in a few minutes. Alright. So, a lot has happened already. Kay has been attacked and lost her memory. Some other lady has been killed. We don't know who she is yet, but there's no doubt some sort of connection. Should you really be calling me Kay? Of course, what are you saying, pal? Thank you, but then what about that woman? She is someone you may have killed. That's all we know. Okay, you could have put it... You didn't have to word it like that, Francie. There's no way that's true, right, Mr. Edgeworth? I also do not believe you killed her. You know, it's such a naive man, Miles Edgeworth. Here I come to save the day! Who the hell is this? That voice. Huh? Oh, no. You again. So don't be afraid anymore, for the best prosecutor is here today! Ugh. These two putskis again. Pardon the interruption. Mr. Edgeworth, get away from the victim! I have inherited her dying wish. No one asked for you. Did you know the victim? If it was... Yeah, if she was part of the PIC. Just as I thought. The goddess of law will surely reveal the truth to us. So please, rest in peace. That's right, Justine. Now that I'm here, everything will be A-okay. The culprit will rue the day he crossed paths with you. Ah! Thank you, Francie. Miles Edgeworth, who is this fool of a man? Why is she glaring at me? You are Francisca von Karma, am I correct? I apologize for my late introduction. I'm Justine Courtney. And the deceased individual is... Attorney Jill Crane, one of the members of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee. The letter. Oh, no. So this proves there is a connection. Your most precious memory. Is that the book? The... Is that what she was referring to? I see, so that's why she had the key card. I take it you're in charge of this case? That's right, and with me in charge, this case is as good as... Ow! That reminds me, I haven't caught your name yet. If you just wanted to know my name, you didn't have to... Okay, I appreciate that Francie's whip has finally found a decent target. Just state your name. I will not tolerate any unnecessary remarks. Sebastian de Best. Seems the pecking order has been decided. Mr. Sebastian de Best, here, this is from Granny. This is the autopsy report. It seems you've been bested, Mr. Edgeworth. This wasn't a competition to begin with. My job is done. May we meet again in front of another corpse. Okay, let's go home quickly and eat some noodles. I'll be leaving too. Take care, everyone. The victim's head wound was post-mortem. Sebastian? And the candelabra dealt the fatal blow. Estimated time of death is late last night. What is it, Justine? While I do appreciate your enthusiasm, perhaps you should give your tongue a rest. You might pull a muscle. That would be painful indeed. Okay, cause of death was the stab wounds. Head wound was post-mortem. What that was about. Anyways, it's quite clear now. Kay Faraday must be arrested. What? What's the big idea, pal? It's just as he says, Detective. The culprit is Miss Kay Faraday. The young lady in bandages over there, although she's not wearing her usual attire. Are you not Miss Kay Faraday? And what would you do if she is Kay? If you're going to arrest her, then I'll resist by any means necessary. That I guarantee you. Damn. Edgeworth being serious, Papa Wolf. I am now convinced. The doubts surrounding your suitability as a prosecutor were indeed warranted. It's fine, Mr. Edgeworth. You can go. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. What are you saying, Kay? You can't just go along with him, pal! But I don't remember anything. What if I really did kill that woman, and then forgot about it? If that's true. Acknowledgement is the goddess's mercy. Atonement is her will. The goddess of law will surely praise you for your prudence. Sebastian and Judge Courtney, if you believe she's the culprit, on what basis do you make your accusations? Unless I'm completely convinced by your explanation, I will not obey your orders. Fine, have it your way. Now sit tight and listen to the perfect reasoning of the best. I am the best in the world. No one else can do what I do. Yes, that's why I was the first to realize that Kay Faraday is the culprit. She broke into the meeting room in order to steal something. In other words, she's the only one who could have killed Ms. Crane. His logic's as awful as ever, sir. Harsh words coming from you, Detective. I asked for some basis to your claims, yet your reasoning has told me absolutely nothing. However, we have no evidence to prove she didn't do it either. Don't worry, Kay, I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth will pull off a miracle. You think my deductions are some kind of miracle work? You'd better not disappoint me. Understand, Miles Edgeworth? Because if you do, this whip of mine won't stay silent. She broke into the meeting room to steal something.
Hold it!
To steal something. Steal what exactly? That's, what Kay Faraday tried to steal was a file. Its contents, to be exact, An investigation report regarding Prosecutor Edgeworth. Do you have any evidence to prove she needed something like that? I'm not the one who needs to present evidence. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Yes. I suppose that may be true. What? At any rate, Sebastian, please continue your reasoning. How did she... Okay, this... How did she break in without a keycard, though?
Objection!
It certainly sounds like you're quite familiar with this room. The best man for the job should know all about the best places. Unfortunately, it seems that you're not the best man for the job. Are you mocking me? I feel like Edgeworth just gives 0 fucks at this point. That's for you to decide. You didn't even know about this keycard, did you? Of course I know about that! You needed to enter this room! Huh? Was it really needed? This foolish fool simply doesn't know when to give up! Youch! Sebastian, do you really suspect Kay? That's right, she's the only one who could have done it. Well then allow me to ask you. Since this room can only be entered by using a keycard, how did she enter the room without one? Well, she probably used this and that, and... Oh, did she pull a muscle? Allow me to explain then. The door can only be opened by members of the PIC, which means... And I didn't hear anyone... Nobody mentioned finding any sign of forced entry either. Yes, that's correct. She conceded so easily. Take a look at this. It's a record of the room that I investigated just a while ago. At 12:52 a.m., the door was open using Ms. Crane's keycard. Okay, what about this one? 10:15 p.m. With no name. It's probable that the killer entered the room together with the victim, Miss Crane. After entering, the situation must have soured, leading to the murder. Your logic holds, but it's still merely conjecture. And it would imply that the killer and the victim were acquainted. No way, pal! Kay doesn't even know the victim! No, we have evidence that suggests otherwise. That is merely an assumption on your part, unless you have any evidence to prove your claim. Evidence is everything, in court and at the crime scene. Without it, your argument is invalid. In that case, I trust that you have evidence to prove that Kay Faraday and the victim were connected. Of course. What? This letter. Huh? Was discovered by Dr. Young in Ms. Crane's breast pocket. The victim's belongings. Why'd she withhold such vital evidence until now? Could it be she was waiting for the perfect time to reveal it? Come to think of it, the candelabra dealt the fatal blow. Estimated time of death is late last night. What is it, Justine? While I do appreciate your enthusiasm, perhaps you should give your tongue a rest. You might pull a muscle. I'll read it for you. To Miss Crane, thank you so much for helping with my plan. I'm glad we can help each other get what we want. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. K. In other words, Kay Faraday and Miss Crane were accomplices. They probably planned to steal something from this room. Revenge for 12 years ago. Preposterous. Wait, this means the main culprit is... It's still Kay Faraday, of course. It just means her crimes have increased by yet one more. I'm the main culprit? Don't believe her, Kay. It's all a bunch of nonsense. There's no way Kay would do something like that. Nonsense? Not at all. The evidence speaks for itself. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah. I know they wouldn't suspect Kay unless they had some sort of proof, but... to think they would actually have such decisive evidence. Nicely done, Justine. Thank you very much.
Hold it!
Your explanation is still insufficient. I can't accept such an argument. Sebastian, will you please leave this to me? Alright, make sure you shut Mr. Edgeworth up once and for all. I can't allow their allegations to gain any more momentum. I must turn it around here. The relationship between Kay Faraday and Miss Crane is as documented in the letter. She wrote Miss Crane into assisting her with her plan. What was this plan, though? However, for some reason their partnership broke down. Miss Crane was murdered, but with her dying breath she managed to retaliate. Her parting gift is this letter, which she tucked safely away in her left breast pocket. Her testimony's even better than ever. Maybe the most perfect it's ever been, sir. Are you gonna be alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course. How unsightly, Miles Edgeworth. Save your stoic act for some other time. Miss Von Karma, just whose side are you on? I'm on nobody's side, Scruffy. When searching for the truth, it's best not to take sides. Watch what you say, Miss Von Karma, or else Mr. De Best is gonna... Best, you say? Well, I can tell you that the side I'm on is always... Ah! How irritating. Well, I suppose that's one thing we can agree on. This is documented in the letter. She wrote Miss Kane into assisting with her plan. I would like to hear about Kay's alleged plan in more detail. Just as she wrote in the letter, she wanted to steal something. What's more, the sender of the letter is Kay Faraday, so it's obvious who the main culprit is.
Objection!
That letter could have easily been forged. It doesn't prove that she planned to steal anything. If memory serves me right, wasn't she a great thief? Well, yeah, she's always going around telling people that. She's taking a break at the moment. I doubt there's any thief who would inform a prosecutor about their upcoming crimes. Perhaps she simply returned to her trade without you knowing. I suppose I have no means of denying that possibility. Kay Faraday planned the theft, and Miss Crane got caught up in it. However, for some reason their partnership broke down.
Hold it!
Do you have any evidence to prove Kay was the murderer? Haven't you been listening? We've been saying that this letter is the evidence. Oh, and where in the letter does it say she planned to murder the victim? Well, that's... I've got it! It's a hidden message written in visible ink that can only be read by heating it up. Sebastian, I wouldn't get your hopes up for something like that. There is, of course, evidence that points to her as the criminal. Her parting gift is this letter, which she tucked safely away in her left breast pocket.
Hold it!
We searched the victim's left pocket as well, but... You found nothing, I presume. Naturally, the officer who found the letter immediately brought it to the best man on the scene. The letter was safely tucked away in her left breast pocket, right above her heart. Okay, being very specific, and I think I know why. Because, yeah, that was where she was stabbed. So, other than being bloodstained, the letter is intact. I believe this letter carries Miss Crane's will for the criminal to be arrested. I have no interest in your beliefs. What I'm interested in is the truth. You said the letter was in the left breast pocket of the victim, correct? I swear by the goddess of law, there are no lies or mistakes in my statement. Yes, again, being very specific. The victim had been stabbed in the left chest area where the letter was hidden. This may very well be an important clue. I don't think that Kay wrote the letter. You think that letter was forged in order to frame her, then? But unless I can draw out more information here, that thought means nothing. I should start by pressing her for more details.
Objection!
The victim held on to the truth until her dying breath. A truly touching story indeed. The voices of the dead are soft. One must listen carefully to hear their dying wishes. And Miss Crane has spoken. Kay Faraday is the culprit. Perhaps the voices you've been hearing are actually the whispers of the devil. Hey, don't make fun of Justine! Let's listen to the voice of reason. Judge Courtney, please take a look at the autopsy report. There is no need. I remember it perfectly. The victim was stabbed in the left breast. No, it can't be. The letter was found in the victim's left breast pocket. And that's where the victim was stabbed with the candelabra, right, sir? Precisely. It wouldn't have been possible to stab her there without piercing the letter as well. So that begs the question, why was the letter found in the victim's pocket? It's simple. It was placed there after the victim was murdered to throw suspicion onto Kay. Somebody intentionally wanted to create this very situation. In other words, there exists the possibility that the letter was forged by the true culprit. No! The real murderer tried to pin the crime on Kay. That's the only explanation for the letter. And in doing so, the murderer ended up digging their own grave, right, sir?
Objection!
The culprit is Kay Faraday. The letter was... yeah, it was actually found in the victim's other pocket. Huh? What are you saying, pal? The officer's report was wrong when he said the letter was in her left pocket. It's actually in the... Youch! Yeah, don't try to backpedal now, Draco. A foolish fool who continues to make a fool of himself. Is there no cure for your foolishness? Why do you keep whipping me? And quit calling me a fool. Ouch! I saved you the trouble of punishing him yourself. Indeed, though I had no intention of punishing him. The letter is stained with blood, no doubt because it was found in the left breast pocket. There couldn't have been an error in the officer's report. Unless you were the investigator. Say something, Justine! I see you have no objections. Then allow me to continue. There is one more potential suspect in this case. Don't be ridiculous, the killer entered this very room. There wasn't anyone else who did that besides Kay Faraday and the victim. To enter the meeting room, one needs a key card. And their reasoning assumes the murderer and the victim entered the room together. This is what we overlooked. If we just discard that assumption, then... This evidence reveals the other suspect besides Kay. It was... yeah, this... Whoever this person is, who entered at 10:15.
Take that!
This is the keycard record Judge Courtney handed me earlier. The victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m. And there was one more person who also used a keycard. So you're saying this person was waiting to ambush the victim inside the meeting room. The keycard was used at 10:15 p.m. I wouldn't say it's impossible. No, it's impossible. What makes you say that, pal? Got any proof? Of course I do. I myself am that proof. Oh, it was her. I was the one who used that keycard, after all. Is there something strange about a PIC member entering the PIC meeting room? Well, great job, Justine. You have just, implicated yourself as a suspect, then. That proves nothing. The fact that you were in here at all makes you a suspect. Edgeworth. I like how often me and Edgeworth seem to be on the same wavelength. Or do you perhaps have any evidence that you didn't kill your colleague? Such nonsense. What would I gain by murdering her?
Objection!
Allow me to reiterate what you said earlier. I'm sure it will all become clear upon further investigation. Why would I, a faithful servant of the law, commit a crime? True enough, I entered this room. However, that alone is not reason enough to suspect me of a crime. If that's the case, please tell me why you entered this room. I had some business to take care of, and some preparations had to be made. Preparations? That sounds pretty suspicious, pal! Unfortunately, I cannot disclose what those preparations were. However, I'm sure you could hazard a guess, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I don't like how you put those in quotes. why they have it out to disbar Edgy and not Draco over there is beyond me. So she was preparing for my hearing. She must have gathered all the necessary materials. Take away my prosecutor's badge. Wonderful, wonderful! Who's this? It's good to see young people go head-to-head so ruthlessly. Who's that? What the hell? ZZ Top? That takes me back. When I was young, I'd always butt heads with this brash detective. And then one day, he just disappeared. I hope he's still doing well. Ah, here come the waterworks. Chairman DeBest. DeBest? Huh? Did she just say DeBest? Hello, Courtney. You sure are full of energy today. And if it isn't Lil Von Karma, look how much you've grown since I last saw you. Sir, it has been quite a while. A curtsy? You don't have to treat me like some sort of stranger, you know. Remember back in the old days when you'd sit on my lap and call me Unky Boo Boo? What? What? Here I go again. Oh, how I cried back then. Pops, what are you doing here? Okay, so he's Draco's father. That would explain a few things. A member of the PIC was killed, and I heard that you were in charge of the case. What kind of prosecutor's followed around by his own father? Hold your tongue. Do you have any idea who this man is? Chairman of the PIC, former chief prosecutor. He's the right hand of the goddess of law. No, Courtney. I'm just an old chunk of coal. There's no reason to speak so highly of me. Please excuse my subordinate's behavior. I'm Prosecutor Edgeworth, isn't it? Along with his trusty sidekick, Dick Gumshoe. I am Blaze DeBest. I'm the proud father of that idiot over there. When that boy was born, me and the missus were happy as can be, you see. But now, I don't even know where she's gone to. Pops, you need a handkerchief? Ah, yes, Sebastian is an idiot, but he's such a good boy, you know. Quite the doting father and son. Now then, Courtney, how's the investigation going? Sir, we've established that the culprit is Kay Faraday. We're currently focusing our efforts. There are too many uncertainties in this case. It's impossible to determine that she's the culprit. Surely you haven't forgotten the matter of the letter? I already told you, it was just a simple mistake. The letter was in another pocket. Ow! You talk too much. No, let's all play nice. Everyone just calm down. I'm sorry you had to witness such an unsightly scene, Mr. Chairman. Don't apologize, Courtney. I can follow everyone's logic. Except Sebastian's, that is. Hey, Pops! Chairman DeBest, I'm a prosecutor. My duty is to bring criminals to justice. However, I won't make someone out to be a criminal without sufficient motive and evidence. I've heard about you and your relationship with the suspect, you know. To share such a strong bond. Kay's assisted the police in arresting criminals countless times, pal. There are too many facets of this case that remain unexplored. I see. The bonds of youth are a wonderful thing indeed. Okay. But that is that, and this is this, you know? Okay, what are you, a moth? Pretty hyperfixated on that lighter. What's that supposed to mean? The prosecutor's office needs to resolve this case as quickly as possible. I mean, just think of all the other cases that are piling up. There's no time to waste here. It's unfortunate, but you understand, right, Edgeworth? What? Now then, Kay Faraday. I'd like to arrest you now. Okay. No, I won't let you! Kay's innocent, pal! To defy Chairman DeBest is to defy the law. It would be a grave act of disloyalty. In other words, a hearing won't be needed. Are you prepared to lose your prosecutor's badge? That's... Mr. Edgeworth's badge! You can't do that! Using a prosecutor's badge as a shield? What has the PIC come to? Kay, you haven't done anything wrong. Mr. Edgeworth, it was only for a short time, but thank you for everything. I'm sorry. I turned out to be a criminal. Oh no. We will make sure to impart your confession to the goddess of law. What should I do? When I was young, I wanted to become a defense attorney, like my father. Someone who can fight to save those in need. And right now, this badge is holding me back. A mere badge for the life of a dear friend. I don't even have to consider it. All right. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Hold it right there, Judge Courtney. What is it now, Prosecutor Edgeworth? This is your prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what is the meaning of this? Consider this my resignation. I am no longer a prosecutor. Damn. Like I said, Edgy has run out of fucks to give. What are you doing? Explain yourself, Miles Edgeworth. You can't be serious. Mr. Edgeworth, you're joking, right? If you weren't a prosecutor, then my only mission is to bring the truth to light. If it's the prosecutor's path to turn a blind eye to the truth, then that title is worth nothing to me. I will walk the path that I believe in. I will not be stopped here.
Objection!
You're running away from Von Karma? From me? No matter what you say, I don't intend to go back on my decision. So, you're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this. No, this is all my fault. I'm sorry. If only I weren't here. Wait, Kay. Detective Gumshoe, don't follow me. But, Mr. Edgeworth! Boss! I'm not your boss anymore, Detective. That's just too much, sir! It's always been you and me. We've always been a team! Detective Gumshoe, you no longer need to follow my lead. You should try to accomplish whatever you can on your end. Oh. This is bad. We just let a dangerous criminal escape. How could I let her get away? And after all my hard work. You see... Rest assured, Mr. Chairman. This area will be locked down immediately. Good. I expect the best from you, Courtney. Damn, so it's finally happened. Edgeworth has resigned. Is he going to... Kay? She's not here either. Where in the world could she have gone? Ah, Ray. Knock, knock, I'm here. Mr. Shields. What's going on, Miles? Why the long face? Take it from Uncle Ray, you won't be popular with the ladies looking like that. Why are you here? Did something happen? That's my line. Have you seen the news? About the murder at the PIC headquarters? Your hearing, wasn't it there today? I found myself wondering if you guys had somehow got caught up in it. Wait, it's already made the news? I hear they're searching for a teenage girl suspected of killing an attorney. I can't imagine it could have been her, but... it has been bothering me. Could you give me the full rundown? The truth is... Miles, are you trying to give your Uncle Ray a heart attack? I'm not joking. She really did lose her memory. On top of that, she's a suspect. That makes things even more difficult. Where would she have run off to? She lost her memory, right? I was hoping she would return here, but... not likely. She felt responsible for what happened to you, right? Then there's no way she would come back here. I know that, but where else can I look? Calm down, Miles. This isn't like you. It's rare to see you get so heated up. Well, not that that's a bad thing. If you're trying this hard to save an innocent suspect from false charges, I'm sure you'd make a great defense attorney. Yeah, there you go. Actually, just a while ago, I turned in my badge. But that doesn't mean I've decided to become a defense attorney. Besides, Kay isn't just a mere suspect. I may have only known her for a short time, but we've been through quite a lot together. And I know she isn't capable of murder. She's practically its de facto daughter at this point. I'm surprised. I never thought you'd go so far to support someone else. I don't know if you even realize it yourself, but... it seems a deep bond has already begun to grow between you and Kay. I'd say it even gives my bond with your father a run for its money. No, it's not that deep. He just keeps barging into my state of affairs. Okay, yeah, play it off like... okay, Edgeworth, play it off like you don't care, but we know you do. Yeah, that girl can be quite a handful. But I'm certain that something's changed inside you since you met her. I'm really jealous, you know. After all, I lost my old partner. That's why you need to find Kay right now. I don't want you to lose your bond like Uncle Ray did. Well then, I have a proposal. We have no idea where she is, and searching around blindly won't get us anywhere. In that case, why don't we try searching for the cause of her memory loss? Maybe that could give us a lead. I see. That might be a good idea. From what she told me, something must have happened to her at the Grand Tower. Great, that's it. Let's get going then. Hey, at the very least, can you stop looking so grim? If you stay that way, Kate probably won't want to come back at all. Good grief. I'm no match for this man. "6:42 p.m. Back at the Grand Tower viewing platform. Seems it's already dark. Still open on the day of a murder. Gotta admire their capitalist spirit. But there's no one here. Looks like we got the place all to ourselves. To prove Kay's innocence, I'll need to investigate here her lost memories. Hey, let's go, Miles. We can investigate the roof as much as we want, so let's do what we can. Do what we can, huh? Suppose that's all we can do for now. I saw it. Yeah, Dr. Granny's over here. Miles Edgeworth, so we meet again. What are you two doing here? Well, we came all this way, so we thought we'd buy some cotton candy. And what about you? You want folks to get the wrong idea about you? Do not worry, I'll decide my own actions. You're just a no-good ex-prosecutor. It's no wonder you got the axe. Hey! Wait, what? You got fired? You need to be concerned with what happens to me. Are you sure? Oh yeah, what happened to Kay? Was there some sort of trouble between you two? Anything I can do to help? How about an injection? It's fine. Are injections our answer to everything? Oh right, it's getting cold, isn't it? Let's go home. Well then, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, let's meet again soon. Why do you think Kay lost her memories? Was there something she wanted to forget? Miles, did you say something horrible to her? Of course not! I would never say anything that cruel to someone. Well, I might have said some unkind things to Detective Gumshoe in the past, but... I see. Now I feel bad for the big guy. It's a cherry tree with branches spread wide. The flowers are nearly in full bloom. According to Kay's testimony, before she was pushed, she was standing under this cherry tree. The person in the red raincoat who pushed Kay off the tower. She said they came toward her from the direction of the stand. From that we can deduce Kay was pushed over the railing on this side. The railing's about as high as my chest. It's unlikely that someone could fall from here accidentally. I don't see any particular problems with this railing. Ah! Huh? The hell? How'd you get here? Ow. Kay. Don't mind me. I was just admiring the view beneath the tree. Did you just fall out of that tree? I didn't mean to fall. My foot slipped. You're a suspect and you remained at the crime scene. That's not a smart thing to do. Even if you have memory loss, shouldn't you have realized this much? This whole time, while you were playing this silly game of hide and seek, I've been worried sick about you. Are you angry with me? Of course I am. Answer me, what were you doing here? Did you think I'd let you off the hook that easy just because you have memory loss? That's not it. I came here because I thought I could get your badge back. What? If I don't regain my memories, you'll never get it back. I thought if I went back to where I lost my memories, then maybe I would remember. If I could just remember killing her. You're still the same as you were before you lost your memories. Your thoughts and actions have always exceeded my expectations. Without a doubt, you are the Kay Faraday I know so well. However, I can't approve of your recklessness. I understand. Cut! You get 0 style points, Miles. Or more like negative points. Here's how it's done. Kay, how about a hug? Okay. Oh, well then. Mr. Shields, it was just a joke, honest. We interrupt this program with breaking news about the Grand Tower murder case. The police believe the culprit is a teenage girl who was present at the crime scene. She remains at large as the police continue to search for her whereabouts. Oh dear, this is getting pretty serious. Well, gang, what's the plan? We don't have much time. Okay, once more, let me break for a few minutes, and I will be back in a few. Alright, and we're back. As we continue to investigate this crazy case. Well, gang, what's the plan? We don't have much time. Indeed, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. So then, why don't you tag along with us for a little while, okay? But I'll just cause trouble for you again. It pains me to say this, but I've got nothing left to lose at this point. Yeah, Edgy has officially turned in his badge now, so... Is he going to follow the path of his father, then? That settles us. We're all in this together now. Miles, you're in charge of proving Kay's innocence. Failure's not an option. Yes, I understand. Kay, I want you to help Miles with this investigation as much as he can. Yes, I'll do my best. Let's be quick about it, before the cops find us here. Unlike some people, Uncle Ray still has a lot to lose. Sheesh. If I lose the law office, I'll never be able to face Gregory. This man, I'm glad he's on our side. We're seeing live footage from the 50th floor. The investigation will continue through the night. Oh, wait, so... Is this live? The 50th floor. Isn't that the meeting room of the PIC headquarters? That's right, we can see the shadows of the investigators behind those blinds. Uh-oh, looks like making a clean getaway just got that much harder. Seems we have no choice but to cleverly evade the eyes of the media. Maybe Uncle Ray should have become a spy instead of an attorney. If worst comes to worst, I may have to use Mr. Shields as a decoy. Miles, just now you were thinking of something terrible, weren't you? You're gonna throw Ray under the bus? We're seeing live footage from the 50th floor. The investigation will continue through the night. Okay, that's the same thing as before. Looks like they're still investigating. There's a huge contradiction in this image. I should present that piece of evidence. Oh, damn it. I didn't want to... Okay, this... Yeah, it says this is the 50th floor. So, either that's the 49th floor they're showing, or is there a 51st floor? Do you know how many floors this building has? Of course, 50 floors, right? Just above the place where the PIC conducts their practically illegal cover-ups. Couples are wishing for love. Kind of ironic, don't you think? So what's this dark area above the 50th floor? Maybe it's the Tunnel of Love. Those are always dark, huh? The viewing platform we're on now should be directly above the PIC meeting room. However, the late-night investigation is taking place 2 floors below us. There's a clear contradiction. Was there a mistake in the pamphlet? No, rather, it's more natural to assume this building has a hidden 51st floor. What does that mean? I see, so that's where the Tunnel of Love is. Aw, she's so pure and gullible, it's breaking Uncle Ray's heart. Then why don't you take this opportunity to be more serious for once? You just don't get it, Miles. I joke around to make things easier for you. On the contrary, his painful jokes only make things harder for me. Yes, can I help with something? Let's see if we can get more information out of her. I came back here because I thought I might remember something. Could you again go over what you told me before? Well, it was raining, so I stood under the cherry tree to take shelter. And then a person in a red raincoat appeared. That person pushed me and I fell. Can you tell me anything about the person in the raincoat? I'm sorry, I don't remember that much. No, wait. As the person approached me, I saw the moon just over their shoulder. The moon? Yes, that's right. It's just a faint memory, but I think the moon was in the exact same spot as it is now. If that's the case, though, If that's the case, how is her back shouldn't have been to the railing. It should have been the other way around, shouldn't it? It was floating just above the cherry tree. She could see the moon behind the figure in the raincoat. This is a new piece of testimony. I'll be sure to keep it in mind. Mr. Edgeworth, for a while now I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something. What? Is that true? Well then, please, speak freely. Say whatever comes to your mind. Okay. I remember a faint scent. It was a wonderful smell coming from the counter of a food stall. I followed the fragrance only to find a perfectly sculpted burger, resting on 2 golden buns. The tender and juicy patty made my taste buds sing with joy. Likes burgers, huh? Just like... Of course, just like Maya. I want seconds! I don't think this memory has anything to do with the case. You called yourself the great thief Yadagarasu. You prided yourself on being a noble thief who steals the truth. Do you remember anything about that? Well, Ah! Maybe I was called a noble thief because I won the Nobel Prize. Okay, that's a stretch. That's Nobel, not noble, and they don't give prizes for thievery. Okay, yeah, those don't... Those two pieces of logic don't quite mesh. If I recall Kay's testimony, a person in a raincoat approached her from behind the candy stand. Then, this person supposedly pushed Kay over the railing opposing the stand. Moreover, Kay said she saw the moon over the person's shoulder. However, earlier I confirmed the moon is floating in the opposite direction. And on the night Kay lost her memories, it seems the moon was in the exact same spot. Therefore, the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat don't match up. Her memories have probably become confused. After all, had she actually been pushed over the railing, she couldn't have survived the fall. Yeah, plummeting over 50 stories and suffering from no injuries other than amnesia. Perhaps I should question Kay's memory of where she fell. It's a cherry tree with branches spread wide. The flowers are nearly in full bloom. According to Kay's testimony, before she was pushed, she was standing under the cherry tree. The person in the red raincoat who pushed Kay out the tower, she said they came toward her from the direction of the stand. I can't believe this incident's already on the news. I wonder how they caught wind of it. Maybe they're doing a live report from that helicopter over there. Uncle Ray's gonna be on TV. Miles, make sure you tune in. What is he thinking at a time like this? No, I'm not trying to examine the tree. Is there something else that... Kay wasn't pushed over the railing on this side. After all, if you fell from here, you wouldn't even be alive in the first place. But I'm certain I was standing under the cherry tree. If I fell, then the only place I could have fallen was over the railing. Well, maybe the ground just opened up from under you and swallowed you up. The ground here can open up? How? No, it was just a joke, Kay. Don't take it so seriously. No, strange as it may sound, that may actually be the truth. Even if it's only a small chance, it matters not. Let's try searching the area around the tree. Okay, now Kay couldn't have fallen over the railing. There must be something around here that proves it. Yeah, this conspicuous hatch. This is... looks like a maintenance hatch. Okay, maybe you fell down here. Nah, just kidding. There's no way something like that could happen. I'm sorry, I just can't remember if... No, that was just a joke. No need to take it seriously. Right. So, when should I take you seriously, then? When indeed? Well, if you jumped into Uncle Ray's arms... Mr. Shields. Come on, Miles, it was just a joke. A joke, you know. Oh, I get it. No one ever takes you seriously. Ouch. That stung a bit. Okay, now that mysterious 51st floor. An extra floor between the 50th floor and the viewing platform. Why didn't anyone notice it? Normally you'd notice it. I mean, how can you hide an entire floor? That's where the problem lies. No one noticed something that should have been easily noticeable. In other words, it must be impossible to access the 51st floor through normal means. I see. Maybe there's a secret portal or something. Okay, now's not the time to be thinking with portals. I'd like you to recall the hatch at the base of the cherry tree. Isn't it normal to assume there's a room on the other side of the maintenance hatch? Uncle Ray likes where you're going with this. Let's hurry and check it out. There we go. Now let's see. This is... looks like there's a lot of stuff down there. This is what they call a storeroom? There's no doubt about it. This is where Kay fell down. Of course, and with this the mystery is solved. No, not yet. Yeah, I feel like we still have a long ways to go, I think. We still have the mystery of the person in the red hood who is walking in midair. Now, let's not get greedy, shall we? We found the storeroom, so let's wrap it up here. Suppose you have a point. Does seem to warrant an investigation. Well, if it isn't Miles Edgeworth... Who's this? Oh, is that Emma? Emma, what are you doing here? I heard about the case from Detective Gumshoe. Since I was already in the area, I might as well check out the crime scene. This girl's name is Emma Skye. She's a high school student studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. She's the younger sister of my former boss, and a witness in one of my trials 2 years ago. Detective Gumshoe told me everything over the phone. He sounded really upset. He said you lost your badge at the Grand Tower, and Kay became a mummy. Please calm down. I thought you left for Europe just a few days ago. Don't tell me you've come back already. Yep, and I brought my teacher from abroad, too. He needed an interpreter, so I volunteered to help. If your teacher can't speak English, why are you with him right now? Why aren't you with him right now? He can still communicate with people. Don't underestimate the importance of body language. That doesn't really count as a language. But enough about that. What happened to Kay? Is she alright? My, what a good friend. Isn't this great, Kay? Yeah. Who are you? Are you Mr. Edgeworth's new assistant? On the contrary, my dear. I'm Ray Shields, head of the Edgeworth Law Offices. Edgeworth Law Offices? Wait, you mean like defense attorneys? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you suddenly become an attorney? No, it's not like that. Now that I think about it, it's a rather complicated working relationship. Don't sweat the details. Let's start with an introductory hug. I knew you... Why'd you become a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, don't just ignore me. Because I don't approve at all. Huh. Well, why don't we continue this conversation down below? That's right, the police could arrive any second now. Mr. Edgeworth, who's she? I'll explain later. First, we have to go down the hatch. Ah, okay. Guess I'll be joining the defense team. I'll explain about that, too. Well then, let's go to the storeroom. Okay. We're making good progress through this case. It's pretty dark down here. I can't see a thing. Watch your footing, Emma. Ouch! I think I hit my head. Okay, be careful not to slip. Take your time coming down. Okay. The light switch should be somewhere around here. Ooh, what is... Ooh, I remember... I think... That statue thing looks familiar. This is... the hidden 51st floor. It's being used as a storeroom? Oh, and the luggage from the first Ace Attorney Investigations game also. Huh. We'll need to investigate it thoroughly. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me about this case. Right then, where should I begin? I see, this is certainly a serious situation. Why does she look like she's having so much fun? Looks like you're in a bind, prosecutorial attorney, Edgeworth. I'm not a defense attorney, nor is there such a thing as a prosecutorial attorney. This looks like a job for science. Don't you worry, I've got everything here in my bag. Are you sure you're up for this, Emma? Of course. So once again, it's good to be working with you, Mr. Edgeworth. And I'm glad to be working with you as well. Looks like we got ourselves another cute assistant. So what's the plan? That lift looks pretty suspicious to me. Yeah, where does that lead? It looks like it goes down. I'm curious as well, but first we should investigate this room. Okay, if you find out anything, be sure to tell Uncle Ray. And if I remember something, I'll let you know. Yes, please do, Emma. Emma? Roger, I'm ready to support. Well then, let's begin the investigation. These are... What is it? The items displayed on the shelf here, if I recall correctly, they're all evidence from past cases I was involved with. What are they doing here? I guess that would make this place the PIC's evidence storeroom, huh? These items should be kept in the care of the police. Don't they keep evidence in the prosecutor's office? Only for current trials. However, once a verdict's been reached, the evidence is transferred over to the police department and stored in the evidence room. So what would it be doing here? But it looks like the evidence has been stored here instead. There's no point in worrying about it. For now, I should try examining everything. Looks like some of the evidence have tags in front of them. And there are numbers written on the tags. Maybe they're the ID numbers of the evidence. No, based on how large these numbers are and the nature of these items, I'd say these are prices. Huh. Weird. Prices? If that's the case... Wow, these are ridiculously expensive. She seems more concerned with the high prices than the legality of this whole affair. The evidence on display. I should inspect every nook and cranny. That's strange. Only this one spot is empty. But it still has a price tag, just like all the others. Indeed. Furthermore, there's a part of this cloth that's not covered in dust. Perhaps something was placed here not so long ago. I see. It sure seems like it. But from what I can tell, it looks like a six-pointed star. What could it have been? The star-shaped mark in the dust. I wonder. Could it be related to a certain piece of evidence? Oh! Ah! Maybe that candelabra was sitting there. Aw, how cute! This stuffed animal's so fluffy! And that's from Gourd Lake. It should be in the care of the prosecutor assigned to the case right now. Why is it sitting here in a place like this? Huh? This little guy's missing his left horn. His left horn. I'm pretty sure it was already missing when I first saw it. Then this must be a defective product. I demand a recall! Now that I think about it, giving a broken toy to a country's president does sound strange. The storeroom contains items to be sold, doesn't it? It's unfortunate, but the possibility seems quite high. I suspect some nefarious individual has been selling evidence here. Do people actually pay money for this stuff? Apparently, some people do. The price tags are proof. Different strokes for different folks, I guess. What a cute doll. Kinda looks like the Steel Samurai. It's the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai, and the Pink Princess. He was destined to become a hero of justice from the moment of his birth. So much pressure rests on this tiny baby's shoulders. And yet he carries himself with a grace and dignity that bellies a toddler of his age. Hello, Mr. Edgeworth! Are you even listening to me? Huh? Oh, of course I am. Edgeworth silently nerding out over the Steel Samurai. There's nothing of interest here. Ink and a lamp. Both are evidence I've handled before. Why is all this stuff here linked to you? Many of the items here are objects that I've handled just a short while ago. But it's probably only a coincidence they're all collected here. A coincidence? Never thought I'd hear you say that word, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how improbable, if it fits with the facts, then we must accept it as the truth. Isn't that the same with science? Ah, we should discuss science in detail someday, Mr. Edgeworth. Wait, maybe I can...
Eureka!
This dust pattern matches up perfectly with the base of the candelabra. It's likely the killer got the candelabra from this very storeroom. Does that mean the candelabra was also a piece of evidence? It's quite possible. However, that's not the issue here. The murder weapon originally came from this storeroom. We must keep that in mind. Don't you think it's kind of creepy how all these masks are lined up in such a dark place? Emma, are you not good with horror movies? No way! Horror movies are so unscientific. So she's scared of them. It's Captain Sapan. He's really popular in Europe. All the kids and even the adults dress up like him. I think the flower on his head would be a little too much. What TV show are these masks from? I'm not very familiar with it, but I believe it's called The Students of the Starry School. Each member of the class is a hero of justice. So I guess those red and white caps are a part of their school uniforms. And maybe the number of eye slits in the mask corresponds to their class rankings. See, the one on the left is ranked number 1, and the one on the right is number 2, and so on. Oh, I see. So that's how it works. If that's the case, the student with the lowest rank would have a mask full of holes. I guess we'll have to watch the show to find out. Various masks are placed here. There's even one of the Steel Samurai. Indeed, these are fairly high-quality replicas. Scientifically speaking, it's just a bunch of random masks. It certainly does look like a hodgepodge collection of masks. This hook is... looks like a hook to hang a mask from. I wonder what mask used to be here. Oh... Kay had a Jammin' Ninja mask on her. Did she get it here?
Eureka!
The Jammin' Ninja mask that Kay had with her. Perhaps it was originally attached to this hook. That sounds plausible, scientifically speaking. In other words, Kay came here? It's quite likely, but for what purpose? Maybe she's gonna steal something from this place. A great thief who steals the truth, huh? No, I don't think we can answer that question at this time. There's a transceiver sitting next to all these little trophies. Seems like they were lined up together on purpose. Looks like it's still got batteries in it. Might come in handy later, so I'll pick them up for now. I'll be sure to put it to good use before I turn it into the police. Sounds just like a certain great thief would say. Wow, talk about bad taste. I've never seen such a gaudy desk before. Just what kind of person would use something like this? The tabletop is being supported by 4 naked men. The design is quite painful to look at. Certainly isn't poor taste. Maybe this is also related to one of your past cases? No, none of the cases I handled involved a person with such bad taste. Or at least I hope not. Oh, the big monkey head. What's this? It looks like a giant head. If I recall, this is the head of Mrs. Monkey. I believe it was from a case I was involved with in the past. It's impressive how they were able to get such a large object into this room. Mrs. Monkey, huh? That doesn't really have a nice ring to it. Maybe you remember the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Impossible. That can't be true. There's a huge stack of money piled up here. How unrefined. They're all $100 bills. Talk about big bucks. So it looks like somebody is selling evidence from cases? So how many times your yearly salary do you think this is worth? Leave my salary out of this. From the price tags attached to the piece of evidence and that huge stack of cash, it's clear the buying and selling of evidence was being carried out here. In the hidden 51st floor, evidence was being trafficked. This clearly means something. It seems further investigation is needed about the dealings that went on in this place. If only there was a witness, we could just ask them. A witness. The statue. Yes, is it some sort of new fact? No, this is evidence from a case that I was previously involved in. I believe it's called the Alice Red statue. There's supposed to be 2 of them, one real and one fake, but no matter which one this is, it's unnatural for it to turn up in a place like this. Mr. Edgeworth, you've really seen a lot of cases. Huh? What the hell is it? Gotcha! Oh no, it's her. Yippee-ki-yay! I got me a scoop! Eek! Ugh, my eyes! Stop it! You ain't getting away from the Great Lotus camera that easily. I reckon y'all must be criminals. I'ma snap 16 shots before y'all can even say cheese. We're not criminals. Really? You ain't fooling my camera of justice with those words. You're... Huh? You're... Ain't you that heinous prosecutor from back then? Who were you calling heinous? This is Lotta Hart. She's a photographer I've dealt with during my past cases. I see her distinctive accent and her chatterbox mouth haven't changed a bit. Just look at that face. You're obviously up to no good. Seems she has a bad impression of us. Now it's time to pay your dues. Stand by while I photograph y'all. We only came here to investigate. Lies! Think you can fool me like that? Mr. Edgeworth, she's not listening at all. She looks so dejected. She seems harmless. Let's just leave her be for now. So why did you come here? For the people of the world, and for myself. I'm a social justice photographer, after all. Social justice? Oh boy. One of those. Then allow me to guess the reason why you came here. Was it perhaps to expose the illegal evidence trafficking? Oh, I get it. You were trying to get a scoop on the secret dealings. Uh-huh. Y'all know that much already. Well, I reckon there ain't no reason to hide it anymore. My sources tell me there's some kind of black market auction being held around these parts. What did you say? So then all this evidence here is... Yep, they're the goods for the auction. There's a lot of dirty money flying around here. I want to try and catch it with my own two eyes. My source gave me a whole bunch of info, but... I figured just hearing about it ain't enough. Seeing's believing, after all. So I've been staking out the place from behind this here statue since yesterday. The auction took place late last night, and went on till the early morning. Late last night? A murder on the night of the black market auction. Could the two events be related? Black market dealings in the Grand Tower. Guess I really hit the mother lode this time. Were all the items in the auction pieces of evidence? There was some normal stuff too, like stolen art and the like. I wouldn't consider stolen art to be normal. But I reckon the evidence was the star of the show here. These folks are law fanatics trying to get their hands on the latest goods from the police. So that's what you wanted to get pictures of, Miss Hart. Pretty much. They were meeting right under this very storeroom, so I watched them from up here. You said you were here since yesterday. Did you witness the entire event? It was a black market auction after all. They followed a fairly detailed procedure. First, the participants entered the storeroom from the viewing platform, one at a time. When they got in, they each took one of these masks on the wall over there. Funny thing about those masks, they're all equipped with voice changers, itty-bitty ones. That way they wouldn't be recognized. They wanted to protect their, an enemy? Okay, so they were all anonymous, then. You mean their anonymity? Yeah, that's it. Their anonymity. Why not just say identity and make things easier for all of us? After putting on the mask, they go down the lift. And the next fella would come right in. On the way back, it was the exact same thing, but in reverse. They'd come up one by one, return the mask, and head up out of the storeroom. Wow, that's pretty thorough. How many participants were there? 11 people altogether. I counted each of them as they made their way down. I'll have you know, I wasn't just laid up behind this statue the entire time. Then where were you in the beginning? The beginning? Well, don't you worry yourself about that, you hear? So she was hiding behind the statue the entire time. I watched the folks coming in while lurking in the shadows. All secret agent-like. Note to self, secret agents like to lurk in the shadows. And then they use that lift over there to get down to the auction site. After they all went down, I watched the whole thing from the lift. Did that lift stay down the entire time? No, it came back up, but there's a tiny gap in the floor there. There's a bit of space between the floor and the lift platform, you see. So I could see just about everything that was going on down there. Then did you see the person who was conducting the auction? Well, yeah, you betcha I did. What kind of story would this be if I didn't know who the conductor was? The conductor, huh? Seems I'll need to ask her for more details. Do you have any more information about this so-called conductor? You know, I came here to get me a scoop. What makes you think I'll give up my info to you all willy-nilly? Basically, what you're saying is, you don't know. I see, so that's why she won't answer. What can I say? I couldn't even tell how old they were, or if they were a guy or a gal. Can you tell me what the person was wearing at the time? They had on a white jacket with a purple flower, and they were wearing white gloves. Oh. But you know, that don't mean much when I have no earthly clue as to who they really are. So the conductor's identity was hidden, just like the participants. That's right, they had on a mask and a voice changer, just like everyone else. What kind of mask did this person wear? It was a Zervan mask, I reckon. Zervan? What in blazes is that supposed to be? Mr. Edgeworth, you don't know about Zervan? He's the sworn enemy of global hero Onion Copen. Zervan, the ruler of time. Seriously, who hasn't heard of him? Most people, I'd imagine. Since the conductor wore a mask, I assume you were not able to see their face. Not even a teeny-weeny bit. After I came all this way from my big scoop. This whole story's turned out to be nothing but fool's gold. That set of clothes seems familiar. Perhaps I should show her that piece of evidence. Yeah, I think that was our victim here. You said the conductor wore a white jacket with a purple flower and white gloves? That's right, they sure look spiffy for a criminal mastermind. Miss Hart, did they look anything like this? Hey, that's it! That's the conductor! Bingo. Hold your horses. Are you telling me the conductor is dead? She's the victim of a case we're investigating. Her name is Jill Crane. Have you heard of her? Can't say I have. So, she was a lady, huh? What kind of gal dresses like that? She either kicks by fooling me into thinking she's a guy. I mean, she doesn't look that masculine, but I mean, Edgeworth pointed out earlier that the way the jacket is buttoned suggests that it was made for a guy still. I doubt that her intention was to deceive you. Setting that aside, we've established something of major importance. The victim was the conductor of the black market auction. I see, so the conductor was killed. Then that might explain. Explain what, Miss Hart? No. It's nothing, honest. Miss Hart, you clearly sounded suspicious just now. And I'm telling you, I ain't. Can't be. Sorry, were you trying to say something? No, I ain't. I ain't said nothing. Please don't be like that. Just tell us. How many times do I gotta tell you? I'm a journalist. Information is what pays the bills. I can't just go around spouting everything I know. I've already said too much. I got nothing left to say to y'all. Then what if I found some fingerprints for you? What good would that do me? I don't want none of your dusty old prints. Why don't you two follow my example and do some investigating on your own? Oh, I guess you won't tell us anything. Not to worry, Emma. Just leave it to me. I have a certain method of drawing out information from those who wish to hide it. If my opponent's lips are sealed, I'll be the one to unseal them. Let us begin. Chess time again. First, let's analyze my opponent's demeanor. I ain't telling you nothing, so quit wasting my time. She seems rather impatient, as if she's trying to cut off the conversation. I must be careful with my time. I won't have long to consider my responses. I'm almost certain that she's hiding something from me. That's where I'll begin my attack. Now, time for the first move. Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? Let's just calm down and... I'm always calm! Now leave me alone! A real journalist always keeps her cool. Speaking of journalists, I have something interesting to tell you. A few days ago, I met another self-proclaimed journalist. She spoke with an accent quite similar to your own. She spoke like me? Then maybe it was... Nicole Swift. She had a distinct way of speaking, one very much like your own. Yes, that's right. Furthermore, she said that she had a mentor. Could she have been referring to you? Oh, so you know Nicole. Well, ain't that a fun little coincidence? Where'd y'all meet? Wait, no, stop trying to get me to spill the beans. Whew, that was a close call. Seems she lets down her guard when she talks about Miss Swift. This could be a useful clue. I want you to tell me everything that you know right now. No way, Jose! I ain't spilling my guts to someone I have no connection with. Perhaps I should use that clue. You say I have no connection with you, Miss Hart? But don't we have a mutual acquaintance with your apprentice? Well, that's... I reckon it would be mighty cruel of me to give Nicole's friends the cold shoulder. Then why don't you share with us what you know? Well, when you put it like that, I guess I could let you in on my no, I ain't falling for your nasty tricks. No, siree. Your scoot? No, just forget it. It ain't nothing important. Such a slip of the tongue. It's hardly becoming of a journalist. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell us what it is. Ugh. Alright, you got me. I heard perfect scoop. But I ain't telling you what it is. I'm gonna tell the story to a publisher. The information she's hiding could be vital to the investigation. I need to make her talk. Next, I'll press her on the contents of her scoop. She may be quick to lose her temper, but she's even quicker to loosen her tongue. She's not a difficult opponent. Now, to extract the information I need. Does the scoop of yours have something to do with the black market auction? What are you talking about? I don't know nothing about that. Weren't you in the middle of infiltrating the black market auction? The only logical conclusion is that your story has something to do with it. You ain't getting any answers from me. I didn't hear nothing. You didn't hear what exactly? Did you hear something during the auction? No, that's... I just heard a weird sound is all. It ain't worth mentioning in my article. Just forget about it. There's no question. Something happened during the black market auction. She heard a strange sound. This could be a useful clue. Did your story pertain to an incident of some kind? Well, maybe it does, and maybe it doesn't. That's hardly a clear answer. Why are you always hollering at me? I ain't done nothing wrong. I just snuck in to do some investigative reporting. You didn't do anything wrong. That's a bold statement. Considering you're currently trespassing on private property. Well, to be fair, so are you, but... Hey, you're doing it too! Well, I guess the prosecutors got the right to investigate wherever they please. I probably shouldn't mention anything about the current state of my employment. There are far worse people in the world, you know. I reckon I'm a saint compared to folks who murder. Oh? Considering what you just mumbled, did she witness the murder? Is it possible your scoop had something to do with a murder incident? Hey, I was only talking in general terms just now. I mean, anyone would look like a bag of roses compared to a murderer, right? Sounds like you're just making excuses to me. All I did was gather info on the black market auction. A murder incident? I don't know anything about that. I ain't seen or heard nothing. Perhaps I should use that clue. Didn't you say you heard something strange during the auction? If it stuck out to you so much, it must not have been a sound that you would normally hear. For example, the screams of a murder victim? How do you keep figuring everything out so quick? That's right. I stumbled upon a murder in the middle of my stakeout. Please don't make me say any more. This is the biggest scoop I've had in a while. The murder that she overheard. It's most likely the same incident we're currently investigating. This is bound to be crucial information. I'll finish this by confirming the credibility of information. She has nowhere left to run. It's time to deal the final blow. Did you really stumble upon a murder? Y'all calling me a liar? Them's fighting words. I'm a bona fide journalist. I'd never publish lies in my articles. Faster and more accurate than anyone. That's my motto. Her motto, huh? This could be a useful clue. I should keep it in mind. Tell me what you know about the murder incident, in full detail. Well, my memory ain't what it used to be. Not much I can talk about. I ain't the most attentive gal in the world, you see. I thought... Didn't you just say accuracy's part of your motto? I hardly expect a bona fide journalist to be so inattentive. Didn't you just say your motto is to be faster and more accurate than anyone? Oh, well, that's... As I expected, the credibility of your information is suspect. But I know what I heard. I even got proof. Oh? You have proof? How's that possible? Explain yourself at once. I got me some evidence... wait, you heard that? Oh, well, I was just talking to myself. Y'all just go on and pay it no mind. Seems she's still hiding something. This is an important clue. I need to use it effectively. Tell me the truth. I know you're still hiding something from me. I ain't hiding nothing from nobody. I already done told you everything I know. Perhaps I should use that clue. Whipping my queen out. Isn't there something you haven't told me yet? You have evidence regarding the incident you witnessed. Something definitive enough to publish in an article. Ah! What in tarnation? Let me off the hook already. Fine, I'll tell you everything. I'll even show you the photo I took if you stop harassing me. That good enough for you? Checkmate. I lost. I really lost. The mouth of the South has been defeated. Alright. Then give me a sec and we'll continue in a few minutes. Okay. Resuming our interrogation of Lotta. I was watching the auction, gathering info for my story. You didn't just watch, though. You got shocking photos, too, right? A little while after the auction started, someone won a bid, and the conductor banged the gavel. Someone hollered, "We'll finish the deal upstairs," or something like that. That ain't good, I thought to myself, as I hurried back to hide behind the statue. Did you see whoever came up? Not quite, but I reckon the feller that came up was the winner of the bid. I could smell the buttery aroma of big fat wads of cash. Buttery aroma? Can't imagine that at all. I reckon this room is where the bidders ponied up the dough for their purchases. The two of them talked for a while. Wait, there's a second person in the storeroom. You betcha. I reckon it was the conductor. And then, out of nowhere, one of them started screaming. Almost scared my britches off. I rolled myself up into a ball and kept on laying low. So you witnessed the murder. Well, I wouldn't say I witnessed it, but I definitely heard it, though. Didn't you try to stop them? Just stop right there. That ain't even funny. What's a dainty little thing like me gonna do? Dainty. After that, I heard me some rustling and bustling. The whole time I was really regretting coming here something fierce. Well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean... But nothing gets in the way of Lotta heart in her photos. This was my big scoop. Ain't no way I was gonna let it slip away. A bit later, I hear this loud thud. I figured it was my last chance to snap a photo from behind the statue. Well then, would you please show us the photo? Oh, why do I have to? Ah, somebody... Okay, that same figure in the red coat. And I see there's... with blood on their hands. The person in the red raincoat who attacked Faye. The person in the red raincoat assaulted the victim in the storeroom. And then attacked Kay on the roof? There's only one person in this photo. Where's the victim? Yeah, I thought it was strange too. I could have sworn there were two of them, but... when I looked, there was only the one. But that's gotta be the killer, don't you reckon? So she's saying the victim disappeared? You were able to tell this person was the culprit just by looking? Their hand was stained bright red, so I figured it was them. What happened to the auction after the murder? Nothing, really. Just went on like normal. Wait, without the conductor? I guess those rich folks didn't give a hoot. They got some nerve. The nerve of a journalist is nothing to scoff at either. Photo taken just after the crime. It was taken by Lotta, who had snuck into the storeroom on the 51st floor. After the conductor and another person entered the storeroom, one of them suddenly started screaming. The black market auction was being held in the Grand Tower. The items up for auction were pieces of evidence from past cases. 11 people attended the event, each of them was wearing a mask. The auction continued even after Jill Crane's murder. assume the murder took place in the storeroom, though we must conclude that the body was here as well. Huh? Isn't that pretty obvious? Do you remember how the participants left the auction? Of course, they passed through the storeroom on the way back from the auction. Oh! Yeah, wouldn't they have seen the body coming back? Exactly. The culprit had to hide the body so the participants wouldn't discover it. The real question is, where was the body hidden? Emma, would you mind lending me a hand? Leave it to me. What do you want me to do? Let's see. Use your luminol reagent to test for a blood reaction, if you would, please. Okay, let me show you the power of science. The glint in her eyes is getting brighter by the second. Let's start by examining that ladder over there. Based on Miss Hart's picture, the person in the red raincoat headed toward that ladder. Chances are something will turn up if we check there. Yeah. Touch anything you want to examine. If you do that, you'll be able to spray the luminol reagent on it. Ah, bingo. Even so, no matter how many times I see bloodstains, they're always so gruesome. There's a blood reaction here, but it's kind of faint. Let's spray it with luminol 2 or 3 more times so it's nice and clear. You'll see it clearly now. Oh, it looks even more gruesome than before. You understand how to look for bloodstains now? There are probably a few more bloodstains here, so why don't you give it a try, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's search the rest of the storeroom for bloodstains just like that. First, let's look for a place to spray the luminol reagent. You want to examine this spot? Oh, we got something. Okay, so did the killer stash the body in here? Mr. Edgeworth, there's a bloodstain here too. However, why is there a bloodstain in a place like this? Maybe something that had blood on it was stored inside. Mr. Edgeworth, there are places we still haven't checked yet. So let's continue our investigation. Unfortunately, there were no reactions here. Of the lift. Oh. Here's a spot. Mr. Edgeworth, there's a reaction. It's a bloodstain. But why in a place like this? Perhaps this was where the murder took place. Oh, it looks like some of the blood dripped down to the floor below. Where does this... We haven't seen where this lift leads to yet. Looks like we found all the bloodstains in the storeroom. Seems we've investigated the storeroom sufficiently. But yeah, I kind of want to see where this lift leads. Oh man, Uncle Ray's heart's pounding up a storm. Surrounded by so many cutie pies in such a small, cramped room. Mr. Shields, please try to be more serious. Put your dick back in your pants, Ray. Uncle Ray's keeping a close watch over little Kay. So you can continue your investigation without worry. You watching over Kay is exactly what I'm worried about. Look, check it out. This lift has a sturdy platform and solid steel supports. According to my calculations, it should be able to support the weight of 50 Mr. Edgeworths. I doubt there's enough space for that many people. It seems to be used for moving goods. I wonder about that. If you pack them in real tight, they just might fit. All 50 of them. Impossible. That aside, there's still some more places in the storeroom we need to examine. We'll examine the lift after we finish our investigation here. Oh, so we're not done. Impossible, huh? Then how about 45? No, we might even be able to fit 48 people. Okay. Make that connection. The body was hidden in that trunk. The reason why we found a bloodstain in the costume trunk is because the murderer hid the body in that box. I wonder who won the bid for it. The trunk, I mean. That I don't know. In a certain way, everything worked out exactly as someone wanted. Hold it. It couldn't have been in that dressing box. What do you mean? When I first came down here, that box caught my eye too. It was just the right size and would have made the perfect hiding place. That's what I thought anyway. But I couldn't get the dang thing to open. Been wrapped up real tight with a locked chain. The murder happened after that, so hiding a body in there would have been impossible, you know? A chain wrapped around it. That's a bit strange. Right now, it doesn't seem to be locked up at all. I guess the killer had the key to the lock then? Oh, that's weird. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me or something. And with that, I believe we've examined everything there is to examine here. Well then, let's head on down. Oh, we decided on our next destination. Hey, Kay! Yes, Mr. Shields? We wouldn't want you to get lost, so make sure you stay real close to Uncle Ray, okay? Right, I'll follow you closely, Mr. Shields. These two? Since when did they get along like that? I see. It does lead to the PIC meeting room. Oh. Whoa. Mr. Edgeworth! And I see the lift leads right down to where that big puddle of blood was. So maybe that is where she was killed, and the blood dripped down from the top of the lift? And then they would later move the body down here. This place is... Is this the auction hall? No, it's the meeting room from before. Right. How nice of you to drop in, Kay Faraday. You've got some guts. Hey, you guys, arrest her! Arrest her! Wait, Kay is... As for the rest of the riffraff, just show them out the door. This is tyranny! Yeah, it's tyranny, pal! Miles, this is kinda bad. You're telling me. The light of justice shines above my... Jeez. Youch! Why me too? Okay, dummy mommy's here. Oh, that's strange. I was aiming for that weak ex-prosecutor. You were clearly aiming at me! Maybe something got in my way, particularly... Yay! Right around there. Francisca. Just what do you think you're doing here, ex-prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? I do not believe that Kay is the culprit behind this incident. You're just an ordinary man without investigation rights. What you say does not matter. I am Francisca von Karma. I will never stop moving forward. However, you chose to quit. The outcome of our battle has already been decided. I cast away my badge because it became a millstone around my neck. I shall continue moving forward, even without it. The path I walk will surely lead to the truth. My actions are driven by that belief, and that is something which will never change. So, you're saying you found a path to the truth? Then show it to me. But if that path proves to be a foolish one, it will not survive my whip. Okay, we gotta debate Francie now. The victim used her keycard and entered this room with the culprit. Then, the culprit stabbed the victim in the chest with the candelabra, killing her. Shouldn't the letter make it obvious who the culprit is? Of course, the crime scene was right here in this room, the PIC meeting room. The proof is the bloodstain we found here in the meeting room. That settles it, Miles Edgeworth. I don't know. It sounded like this wasn't where the murder actually took place. Miss Von Karma seems really confident, doesn't she? I see. She's a fiery one, isn't she? I don't mind a feisty cutie. So how about an introductory... Yeah, I don't think she's gonna... How repulsive. Well, Miles Edgeworth, can you break my logic? If you truly have no intention of stopping here, prove it to me with evidence. Very well. I'll show you, Francisca. The evidence that paves my path. Okay, I'm pretty sure the argument we have to go for... Yeah. Francisca, will you take a look at this piece of evidence? Oh, did I get it wrong? Miles Edgeworth, I'm warning you, if you do not wish to become my whip's next victim, do not present such meaningless things before me. Yeah. What was the point of warning me? Mr. Edgeworth, scientifically speaking, that whip looks extremely painful. I don't need science to tell me how painful it is. Maybe you should be a bit more careful next time. Okay, I think maybe this was the one we needed to present it on.
Objection!
There we go. Right piece of evidence, wrong statement. If memory serves me correctly, the blood in the meeting room was found in front of the statue of Lady Justice, was it not? To murder someone before Lady Justice. This culprit knows no fear. I wonder about that. Have a look at this piece of evidence. Blood was found in the storeroom right above the meeting room. As you can see, there are signs that it had dripped down onto the floor below. And right under the hidden lift is the statue of Lady Justice. Then you understand, the murder did not take place here. The killer murdered the victim in the storeroom and then moved the body to this room. What Lady Justice witnessed was a coward trying to conceal their crime, and not the moment of the murder. She's smiling. Undaunted. Pardon me, I just remembered a conversation quite similar to this one. As I expected, Miles Edgeworth, such naivety could not possibly be an act. Just how's Mr. Edgeworth naive? Ouch! Have you forgotten, or are you just playing the foolish fool? The amount of blood in the meeting room is clearly greater than in the storeroom. Please don't just hit me and then ignore me. Ow! Such a large amount of blood couldn't have simply dripped from the floor above. And even if it had, there should have been much more blood left behind in the storeroom. The murder could not have occurred anywhere other than this meeting room. You're as predictable as always, Francisca. What? The difference in the amount of blood is just as you say. The question is, why does such a difference exist? That issue is trivial. I've already explained it with my perfect logic. In that case, how do you explain the blood that was found in the storeroom? I don't suppose you're going to tell me that it somehow sprayed all the way up there? Like a water fountain? No way! Exactly. It's impossible. In other words, the reason for the difference in the amount of blood is... the amount of blood in the meeting room and the storeroom are different because... she was stabbed in the weapon was pulled out here. The victim died of a stab wound. Naturally, there would be a significant amount of blood loss. That's obvious just by looking at the blood stain. But that's so weird. She was attacked in the storeroom, but there was less blood found there than... Yeah! Silence, you third-rate prosecutor! But I'm the best! Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. Yeah! Do you know when you lose the most blood after getting stabbed with a sharp object? Ah, I know, it's when the sharp object is pulled out, right? Precisely. After being stabbed with the candelabra, the body was moved to the meeting room. And then the murder weapon was pulled out right there, right here in this very room. That would account for the difference in the amount of blood that was left behind. But why would the culprit go through all that trouble? To make us think she was killed here. Most likely to give the impression that the murder occurred in the meeting room. It's Seems Miss Crane's keycard was used last night. But based on the time of use, it must have been a ploy by the culprit to mislead us. In all likelihood, it was the culprit who used the keycard to enter the meeting room. Why would the culprit have needed to do that? Perhaps they feared that the storeroom would be found out during the investigation. If they were involved in the auction, they would not have wanted it to become public. But it sounds like they already know about the storeroom's existence. The auction, you say? Perhaps you should go upstairs and see for yourself what items are on display. I'm sure that will allow you to understand what occurred there. Impressive, Miles Edgeworth. You're willing to go that far to protect her. There's something big lurking behind the scenes of this case. Kay simply got caught up in it. You're exaggerating. Am I now? More than anyone, I think you would understand the significance behind all of this. Why would you, a prosecutor, working with Interpol, be involved in a domestic case? Wasn't your objective to crush a certain international smuggling ring? If your search for smuggled goods has led you here, then isn't this feeling I have related to this case? I'm relieved. You haven't lost your touch, even though you've turned in your badge. I've heard about your situation from Scruffy over there. Sorry, sir. I just wanted to help out somehow. A wise decision, Detective. Francisca, are you the one in charge of this case? Isn't Interpol pursuing the black market auction? And what if I am? That's not something you need to know. So you knew about all this from the very beginning. You knew the black market auction was being held, right here. Hey, mind if I butt in? About that gal who turned up dead? You? Yep, her. Hey, I ain't done talking yet. You ain't changed a lick. This case doesn't even need a fragment of your faulty testimony. What are y'all saying? I'm bona fide journal. Ow! Back then, you gave a false testimony. Miss Von Karma seems to really dislike Lotta. I think just about everybody does. I can't say she's fond of her. Ain't that Crane gal one of them PIC members? She's spitting image of the conductor. I reckon she's... Yow, she hit me. She hit me again. What is the meaning of this? Answer me, Miles Edgeworth. From Miss Hart's testimony, we obtained a description of what the conductor was wearing. And it matches what the victim, Jill Crane, was wearing. You mean to say the one who was murdered was the conductor? Miss Von Karma, maybe you should call... Aye! It would seem that a new fact has just been brought to light. Indeed, I came here in pursuit of the black market auction. In order to arrest the organizer of the event. In other words, the conductor. If we believe Miss Hart's testimony, then the conductor is already dead. Wouldn't this mean that your investigation has ended in vain? That's right. However, I swear on my name that I will not return empty-handed. I challenge you, Miles Edgeworth. Challenge is fine, but... why is she riding her whip like she's out for a victim of her own? I will concede your argument. The murder occurred in the storeroom, correct? That would mean the culprit is someone who participated in the auction. If that photographer is correct, the victim was the conductor, and the culprit was a customer. The culprit waited for the victim in the storeroom where the goods were delivered. Then, they stabbed the victim in the chest with the candelabra in the storeroom. That is all. I trust you have no objections. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because there's a hole in your testimony. As expected of Mr. Edgeworth, I didn't notice anything at all. Well, then please settle this with one blow. Yes, of course. Watch as I crush your logic. Someone who participated in the auction. Over waited for the victim in the storeroom.
Hold it!
Ms. Hart was in the storeroom at the time. Could the culprit really have been waiting there?
Objection!
I don't know whether she was hiding, but since you've seen it, you must know as well. There are numerous hiding places in that storeroom. So the culprit was hiding while they waited for the victim to arrive. I believe the crime occurred after the auction had ended. After all, the victim was the organizer of the auction, the conductor. But Lotta said that the auction continued afterward. During the auction, the organizer would have to be in front of the customers the entire time. If the auction did continue after she was killed, how would that have happened? After the auction ended. Please add that statement to your testimony. After the auction ended. It was this, right? Yeah.
Objection!
As I thought, you're one step behind. What did you say? The victim was not the conductor, and I have proof. Ms. Hart's testimony. That photographer's testimony is not trustworthy. What y'all saying? I'm a bona fide Ow! Cease your idle chatter. Francisca, calm down and listen. Ms. Hart witnessed a part of the murder. The main point here is that after witnessing the murder, she says the auction continued. That's right, sure as can be. They all kept going on shamelessly. Do you think the auction could have continued without someone conducting it? If the victim was not the conductor, the person killed must have been a customer. Huh? What? Wait, so did we have it wrong this whole time? Joe Crane was one of the participants in the auction, not the conductor? No! As I said from the beginning, Kay is not the culprit. After all, she herself was attacked by someone and lost consciousness. In which case, that would also make her a victim. If the auction continued after the incident occurred, yes, and the victim was not the conductor but a customer, That's enough. Oh, is this... that voice. Justine? Yep. Order in the court. The chairman will now enter. Oh, ZZ Top again? Yeah. My, no need to be so stiff. Actually, feel free to call me Blazy. Well then, Blazy, what brings you here? Huh? Well, I just wanted to see if my idiot son was working hard is all. Is this kind of father-son relationship really healthy? I'd come to light a fire under you, but it seems I found an unexpected bonus. To think that the criminal who had become the talk of the town would be here of all places. Everyone, restrain the suspect at once. Please wait, Kay Faraday is not the cul- Whoa, oh, jeez. This is quite troubling, Edgeworth. Didn't I tell you earlier? The PIC desires a swift resolution to this case. If it's not, we could lose our trust with the public. They'd call us the Waste of Time Committee. Oh, I thought they already were. You know, it's troubling for me as well. That sort of thing. And at my age, too. And on top of that, an illegal investigation is not something I can overlook. Have you forgotten? You are no longer a prosecutor. You've lost all your authority. Furthermore, you have aided a criminal in evading the law. Yes, that's right. You're so reliable, Courtney. I'm aware of the consequences of my actions. You may punish me as you wish. However, we have found a new suspect. It's the person pictured here. Kay Faraday was attacked by this person, and... There's no need for your explanation. Just recently, a red raincoat was discovered in the vicinity of this building. It was? The victim's blood and cherry blossom petals were found on the hood. Cherry blossom petals? Now that you mention it, on the viewing platform. Right, there was the cherry blossom tree. Yes, they're probably stuck on due to the blood. They were littered around the bloodstain. And we've received the forensic report on the blood, you know. There's no doubt about it. The person in that photo is the victim, Jill Crane. She was the one wearing the raincoat? What did you say? Impossible! That would completely destroy the foundations of our logic. We believe the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. It was the victim? And now it turns out that person is actually the murder victim. Wait, if that's the case, then the prime suspect would be... Miss Faraday. You met a person in a red raincoat on the rooftop, did you not? Yes, I did, but... The person in the red raincoat was the murder victim. And Kay Faraday came into contact with that person. Since one of the parties is now dead, what happened next should be clear.
Objection!
Kay was attacked by that person. As the victim, it would be impossible for her to be the culprit. There's no evidence she was attacked, is there? Furthermore, we must consider the possibility that the victim fought back. It's far too early to come to that conclusion. Kay is not the criminal. You're wrong. Kay? Don't. That's wrong. Even though I don't want to believe it myself. After hearing about the raincoat, I finally remembered. I only remember a little, but from what I saw that night, culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Mr. Edgeworth, it was me. The culprit was me all along. That can't be right. Then why? Why do I have that memory? I mean, that person collapsed before my eyes, engulfed in a pool of blood. Why didn't I do anything? It must have been because I killed her. It's clear to me the validity of Cave Faraday's memory. Didn't you doubt it until just now, pal? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Alvaru!
Congratulations, Miss Faraday. Your courage will surely allow you to be forgiven. Now, let us rejoice in the blessings of the Goddess of Law.
Objection!
Francie? Allow me to give my opinion as an international prosecutor. Her actions as a criminal are...
Alvaru!
Hurry, arrest Kay Faraday at once! No, I want to see Francie and Justine catfight. How dare you behave that way before me? You're being too forceful. Further verification is necessary. I'd even go so far as to say this is unlawful. Unfortunately, the law does not side with you. It sides with me, you see. But you know, the beautiful bond between you two has been etched deeply into my heart. That reminds me, we seem to have forgotten one additional suspect. Edgeworth, that's you. What? Huh? How is Edgy a suspect? What's that, pal? Mr. Edgeworth hasn't done anything wrong. I beg to differ. That's right, you see, he's no longer a prosecutor, sadly enough. Your actions have gone too far this time. An illegal investigation and assisting in the escape of a criminal. I can't even think of you as a former prosecutor. Now humbly accept your punishment. Ugh. Oh yes, that's right. I believe the plan for today was to hold your hearing before the PIC. Why don't we leave the hearing for tomorrow? Even though the result is already crystal clear. You should think long and hard about what you've done. Very long and very hard. That's what she said. Court is now adjourned. Oh man, this is so good. I really want to keep going. Oh, Edgy's. And Edgy's locked up. Holy crap. And are we in the same cell that Knightley was in? Okay, give me a sec and we'll see where this goes from here. Alright. And this has gotten good. Of course, it always has been, but... man. One turn after another, though, and now... Edgeworth is in the slammer, I guess for supposedly aiding and abetting the suspect, K. So now what? This is the second time I've been in this cell. Yeah, so it is Nightly cell. All my evidence has been taken away from me. The only thing I have left is Kei's Yatagarasu's badge. I'm worried about Kei. Is she alright? And now last time she admitted that she might have killed Jill Crane. But I'm doubting that. The culprit is me. I remember looking down at the person in the red raincoat. Mr. Edgeworth, it was me. The culprit was me all along. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch! It's me, Austin! It was me all along, Austin!
I'm sorry, I had to. You have a visitor. Please hurry out. Visitor? Who could it be? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Will you turn him down? No. It'll be hard to face him, though. Wait there. He's not going to stay and keep watch? Pardon me. Oh. Judge Courtney, what are you doing here? Hush. Please, have a seat. What's this all about? Why are you here? I was told the detective had come. If I didn't instruct him to tell you that, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. I can't think of anything she'd need from me at this point. I should try to figure out what she wants. Okay. Your visitation rights have been restricted to begin with. It's as if I'm some monstrous criminal. I suppose my credibility has hit rock bottom. But of course, your friends have fared a little better, though. That lawyer and that girl were both quite worked up. Mr. Shields and Emma. When I last saw them, they were giving one of the guards quite an earful. What? You don't mean... Be grateful. The goddess of law has been quite busy. They were spared punishment. It certainly seems like you have plenty of time for small talk. Oh yes, Prosecutor Von Karma is presently continuing the investigation. You are worried about them, right? Guess she saw right through me. Let's cut to the chase. Exactly what are you planning? I'm not planning anything. There's merely a question I wish to ask. You're asking me? Yes, of course. Who else is here? Objectively speaking, you're a clever individual, and you have a sharp mind. As a prosecutor, you're highly talented and capable. Nice. I'm glad you're finally acknowledging that. A little late, though. Are you being ironic? Your sarcasm falls short. I'm being completely sincere. And that's why I can't understand. Take this case, for example. You're up against the PIC. There's no chance for you to come out on top. Even a child could understand. And yet you... Perhaps my younger self would not have done something so reckless. The me from before had power. That's why I thought justice was on my side. Again, I've commented before, just Edgeworth's character development throughout this entire series has been pretty good. Just like you right now. However, because of a certain man, my self-centered sense of justice was broken down. Ever since then, I began to see people in a different light. I'm able to serve as a prosecutor only because of the support of the people around me. People like Detective Gumshoe, and all the other investigators, and Kay as well. Honestly, even I'm surprised at how much I've changed. Why did this game not get an official international release? I see. Is that how it is? I've come to understand you a little more. If Edgeworth's story arc ended here, this would be the perfect way to cap it off. Understand me? Not likely. Someone like you, who forces her own sense of justice onto others, could never understand. I wonder about that. Is that what you think? If I could say one thing, it would be that this conversation has been very interesting. That is all. Our conversation is coming to an end. However, I have one last thing to tell you. The date of your hearing has been set. I came here today to inform you. Today in the PIC meeting room, may you humbly accept your fate. If that's all you wanted to say, couldn't you have just sent a messenger? The holy words of the goddess of law simply cannot be entrusted to others. With that, Mr. Edgeworth, I bid you farewell. I shall be seeing you again later. Okay. There's a poster on the wall next to the toilet. We're currently out of toilet paper. What? Please be prepared if you wish to use the toilet. What does it mean by be prepared? Jeez. There's a dining menu sitting on the desk. Seems I can get food delivered if I pay for it. Let's see. Moldy white bread lunch set. Switch to moldy whole wheat bread for an extra $1. Oatmeal and grits set meal. For a limited time, get extra gruel at no additional cost. Thank goodness I'm not hungry right now. God. I mustn't neglect my personal appearance just because I'm in a holding cell. Prosecutor or not, this is my personal duty. My collar's slightly bent. There. A well-groomed appearance reflects a well-groomed mind. From here I'll need to focus myself. I'll need to focus myself more than ever. It's a simple bed. I don't expect it to be very comfortable to sleep on. If it were Detective Gumshoe, he'd probably snore loudly while sleeping like a log. I may never get a chance to work with him again. However, this is the path I chose. I won't regret it. There's a poster hanging in the hallway. The Dice and Slice game. Roll the dice and decide your daily menu. The Dice and Slice game has been cancelled due to the warden's arrest. Oh. We sincerely apologize to everyone who was looking forward to it. There's no need to apologize for canceling such a silly game. Another visitor? Kay! It seems you're alright. I'm relieved, for now. You know, this is kind of touching. You look a little down, Kay. Please, cheer up. You didn't do anything wrong. I guarantee it. Please, just accept it. I'm a murderer. That's not true. Why won't you believe in yourself? What should I believe in? I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing to believe in? That's not true. Before you lost your memories, you literally jumped into my life. As a result, your words and actions have become engraved in my memories. That's the mark you left behind. How can you call that nothing? I believe in your innocence. That's why you must believe in yourself as well. Thank you. But it's no use. Look at all the misfortune I brought upon you. If you can, please forget it all. Your memories of Kay Faraday. Kay! You know, this takes me back. In my youth, I too was a gallant. Is this the kind of justice the PIC seeks? Justice. I wonder. This man, what's he planning? Why is he pushing things forward so forcefully? It all seems too unnatural. Is there a hidden agenda? There's no time left. It's all or nothing now. Well then, I must take my leave. Hold it. No matter how you look at it, Kay's arrest was unnatural. There must be something behind it. Whoa. Hey, I'm a busy man, you know. I'm kind of a big deal, you see. I trust this won't take up too much of my time. In order to make it out of this situation, I must break through his defenses. There are plenty of things I want to ask, but my time is limited. First, I'll ask about why he rushed the arrest. I have no intention of letting him push me around. I will overcome this difficult situation. Why'd you rush her arrest? I'd like a clear explanation. Explanation? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. You clearly didn't follow the proper procedures. Okay. Maybe you should pipe down a bit. Do you even know the position you're in? Suppose we let the criminal escape. What do you think will happen? What'll happen? I would be made to take responsibility, you see. I do hope you understand. Just take my advice and stay out of this if you know what's good for you. I refuse. Kay is innocent. You know, this is so pitiful. Brings me to tears. Why won't you just give up? Things were finally going well. Well. Hello, Alceris. Thank you for coming. Things were going well, you say? That's a strange way to put it. It almost sounds as if you personally wanted Kay to be arrested. Far more than necessary. Haven't you lost your impartiality? You think so? That certainly wasn't my intention, you see. Edgeworth, my boy, you're reading too much into it. He skillfully avoided the issue. However, I still have some serious doubts about Kay's arrest. Next, I'll ask him if the investigation was sufficient. The pun in his name? I mean, I call him Edgelord all the time, but I don't know if that was meant to be a pun. That's the only way to break through the situation. Oh, Miles is Latin for night. Oh, crap. How much time was spent on your investigation? You know, I wonder about that. I don't really remember, you see. There is no way I can accept such a careless answer. Like I said, I don't remember. My memory's not as sharp as it used to be, you see. Sometimes I even forget my own son's name. I don't care about your about your idiot son. I want your answer regarding the investigation. Yes, he really is an idiot, even though I don't remember raising him like that. There's no end to this. He just keeps dodging the question. Let's try another line of attack to make him take me seriously. It's hard to say the investigation was sufficient. The arrest, was it under your authority? My might, do I really look that important? The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee Chairman? It's quite a prominent title. Not that I care much for it. That was rather blunt. I'm so shocked I could cry. I'm sorry, flattery was never my forte. I see. The knight is the ideal piece. If you keep talking like that towards me, you'll never get your prosecutor's badge back, you know. Let me make this clear right now. I don't live for the sake of my badge. Status means nothing to me. Do you understand? Young. So young. Let me teach you something as your senior in life. What you're saying right now, it's far too naive, you see. The look in his eyes has changed. He might respond differently to some of my questions now. This is my chance. How much time was spent on the investigation? Well, aren't you an impertinent one? Even someone like me is starting to get annoyed. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Answer me. Was the investigation sufficient? Young folks always live life in the fast lanes. That's why I like to bully them. You'll regret this soon enough. Oh, are you threatening me now? You sure are quiet. Are you scared? Ridiculous. I was just thinking about my next strategy. On how to extract information from a weepy old man. You should show some remorse, you know. Don't you get it? I hold your fate in my hands. Dude, stop burning random shit. In any case, even if you obtain some information, there's nothing you can do. Just give up already. I refuse. Mind if I ask why? It's simple. The truth is fading away. That's all there is to it. I see. I'm starting to understand what kind of person you are. But you know, it's all useless. It's enough to make me cry. Give it up! That girl's guilt has already been decided. That's strange. The way you said that, it almost sounds like it was decided from the very beginning. What are you trying to say? Yes, it's clearly unnatural. Everything is progressing as if Kay's guilt was predetermined. Wasn't Kay's arrest planned from the start? What does this mean? I see. That's an interesting theory. But I don't have time to indulge in your flights of fancy, you know. Why don't we put an end to this silly conversation? Curses. He's trying to get away. Before that, I must find out if the arrest was lawful. Can't let this opportunity slip by. Please wait, there's still something I want to ask you. I've grown weary of our little tit-a-tat. Please keep it short, okay? If I put together what you have told me up until now, I can't help but say that there's no basis for Kay's arrest. Yes, I understand, you see. But you know, it doesn't really matter either way. You can't overturn her arrest. How irresponsible. Do you still claim to be a man of the law? My, those are some harsh words, you know. You know, you're starting to make me a little angry. See, to be honest, I really can't answer all of your questions, you know. That's just the position I'm in. See, I'm a busy man, you know. Aren't you just pretending to be busy? That's cruel, you know. This old chunk of coal's been working like a dog. Pretending. Just what you think would... Because what do you think that would accomplish? You don't want to talk about the case. Isn't that why you're trying to get away from this place? How sad. Yes, sad indeed. Do you really suspect little old me? I do suspect you, and I'm confident about it. There is clearly no basis for Kay's arrest. My, have you forgotten? Wasn't there evidence? The mask, the letter, the corsage, all were found in the girl's possession. Not to mention, she even confessed. All this serves to prove her crime. That's... Any objections? See? You have no response. It's true, I have no objections. Although there's one point that bothers me. This man seems awfully familiar with the evidence. To remember everything without missing a beat. That intrigues me. This could be a useful clue. Please wait, there's still something I want to ask you. I've grown weary of our little tit-a-tat. Please keep it short, okay? Who was the one who made the decision to arrest her? Well, I can't say I remember. Growing old is a terrible thing, you see. My memory's not what it used to be, you know. Perhaps I should use that clue. Don't play dumb with me. Didn't you remember all the evidence in full detail just now? Stop pretending to be a forgetful old man when things aren't going your way. Now then, who was the one who made the decision to arrest her? I see, you're a sharp one, aren't you? You know, I wish my son could learn from you. He's a real idiot. I'm not interested in your son, who made the decision for the arrest. You're a bad man, you know. Don't you already know? The one who ordered her arrest. The person right in front of me. I'm certain of it. Ouch! You make it sound like I committed some kind of injustice. Guess I'll have to clear that up. My honor's at stake here, you see. Very well. I'll continue to play along with you until you're satisfied. What's most crucial here is how much this man knows about this case. If I can get him to reveal that... It's do or die. If I can overcome this, I'll reach the truth. You seem pretty familiar with the case. I'm a wise man, you know. I'm familiar with most things, you see. I don't think it was very wise of you to arrest Kay in this case. I'm a very busy man. I can end this conversation anytime I want, you know. Don't you forget about that. This would have already been over if you simply answered my questions. If you give me a proper answer, I won't take any more of your time. I'll ask you once again, why are you so familiar with this case? I read the case files, you see. Honestly, it's quite a drag, you know, but it's my job, so what could I do? Because of my position, you see, I can't just skip out on it. Well, I had some time to kill, so I read the whole thing, you see. That's strange. Didn't you just say you were very busy? Aren't your faults slowly coming to light now? If you truly wish to protect your position, I'd advise you to rescind the arrest order. You really are desperate, you know. That never-say-die attitude. It touches my heart. But you know, it's unfortunate that all your hard work was for naught. Because we discovered her unconscious body near the crime scene, you see. What? This is the first I've heard of Kay's condition when she was found. She was unconscious in the storeroom? That's right. The source of that information is classified, though. Yeah, this is the first we're hearing about this. This man knows things even I don't know. Does he know the whole story behind this case? This could be a useful clue. The suspect. Regarding Kay. How much do you know about her? She's the suspect in this case, that's all I know, you see. Scout's honor. Perhaps I should use that clue. Something you said feels out of place. You know about things that the crime scene investigation never revealed. Why is that? Just how much of the truth do you know? Haha, you're making that forceful face again. You know, kinda makes me want to do the same. Like this. You really are a persistent one, you know. But I can admire that, you see. I'll take that as a compliment. Can't you give it a rest already? At my age, my body's not as strong as it once was, you know? There's no one else who could be the culprit besides her. She was even given that much evidence to show that she committed the crime. Given evidence? You mean evidence was planted on her? She was given evidence, you say? That's an odd choice of words. It almost sounds as if she didn't possess them under her own will. Okay, so you planted evidence on her then. I see. You really do have a fine eye for the details, as expected of a former prodigy prosecutor. You've already found your answer, haven't you? I'm listening. Go ahead and say it. There's no need to hold back. Finally wrenched open the heavy door to the truth. Now all that remains is to strike the final blow. Kay's not the culprit. My, that's a rather bold claim, you know? Anyone can shout objections at the top of their lungs, you see. Mr. Former Prodigy Prosecutor. I shall break through this with that clue. Kay was framed. The true culprit is pinning the blame on her. That's my answer. Oh, gee. Okay, put yourself out there. Yes, you're a clever one. Almost makes me feel bad about that your prosecutor's badge was taken away, you know? Yes, it's as you say. Checkmate. arrested Kay even when you knew the existence of the true culprit. Don't toy with me. There's no way such an act would be tolerated. You sure are green, you know. That's what a prosecutor's supposed to do. It'll all work out fine, if we make her guilty. Who would desire such a resolution? If I had to say, maybe the PIC, and also maybe me, you know. When I heard your words just now, I could barely hold back my tears, you know. It was just so splendid, you see, and it burns me up inside. I'm not the most perfect piece of work, you know, so I can't forgive such youthfulness. You say the truth is important, but you know, once you know the real value the truth holds, I wonder if you can still say the same thing. What are you trying to say? When you get to where I am, you can just create your own truths, anytime you want. Kate Faraday is the culprit. That was a truth that I simply manufactured out of thin air. Ugh. What the shit? Good. Very good. That face. That expression. You were such a desperate one, you see. That's why I really wanted to bully you, you know? You see, even if you knew the truth, there's simply nothing you can do. And that's the real value of truth. So shocking it's to die for, you know? Why won't you pursue the true culprit? How much of the truth do you know? Let me introduce you to the dictionary. Do you understand now? The truth that you believe in is worthless, you see. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Powerless former prosecutor? You. Oh, scary, scary. You know, I guess the friends of a heinous criminal are also quite heinous themselves. Blaze, you! And like this, you see, one more person will disappear before me. Oh, here come the waterworks. These tears of mine just won't stop, you know? Everything will be decided in today's deliberation. Kay's innocence? I will definitely prove it. Ten members are present. The quorum has been met. From here on out, let the council begin. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the gods of law. A clear conscience. Don't make me laugh. Yeah, you're making it pretty obvious that you're corrupt as fuck. Courtney, please give us your report. On April 5th, Prosecutor Edgeworth carried out an illegal investigation and resisted arrest. He was arrested by two of our members who caught him in the act, myself and Blaise DeBest. Prosecutor Edgeworth disrupted the investigation of attorney Joe Crane's murder. He claims the culprit, Kay Faraday, was arrested without sufficient evidence. Even now, his claim remains unchanged. Tell us more about the murder incident. On April 5th, the victim's body was found here, in the PIC meeting room. Regarding the details, I, Sebastian DeBest, the best prosecutor, will enlighten you. Oh no. Oh no. Sebastian DeBest, the best prosecutor, will enlighten you. Oh no. 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 Oh no The prosecutor in charge, Sebastian de Best, will explain the rest of the details. The murder happened on the night of April 4th. The victim was one Jill Crane. On the same night, a black market auction was being held in this very meeting room. I guess Miss Crane was taking part in the auction. Yup. The murder occurred in the middle of the auction, did it not? When Miss Crane was found, she was dressed like the conductor of the auction. However, based on the fact that the auction continued after the murder occurred, I deduced that Miss Crane could not have been the conductor. I see, so... So did the real killer swap clothes? You weren't the one who made that deduction. Sebastian, please show everyone the basis for the arrest of the culprit. You got it, Justine. Kay Faraday was unable to bear the weight of her good conscience. I believe you mean her guilty conscience. Yes, it was her guilty conscience that drove her to confess the crime. According to her confession, on the roof of this building, she met a figure in a red raincoat on the viewing platform. So Crane was wearing a red raincoat. Yes, that's correct. The culprit used the conductor's clothes as a red herring to mislead us. At the time of the murder, Miss Crane was wearing a red raincoat. But wait, there's one thing... Something... Oh, right, you took my evidence, you piece of shit. But I remember... If the killer swapped clothes with her after killing her, then... we still saw the stab marks on the jacket. And of course the blood stains as well. So when she was stabbed, she had to have still been wearing that. It was I who discovered the raincoat near this building. He did. I'm sure it was the forensics team who found it. To be more precise, it was the forensics team, under Sebastian's orders, who discovered it. I thought as much. According to the blood analysis, the person in the red raincoat and Miss Crane were the same person. The decisive evidence is the culprit's own confession. She testified that she killed her. That's right, the culprit is Kay Faraday. It couldn't have been anyone else but her. Well then, Edgeworth, if you have any objections, let's hear them. I have no objections. I see. Seems all the fight's gone out of you after your little overnight stay. I have no objections to your claim that I investigated illegally. I admit to that. However, I object to the claim that Kay is the culprit. I will testify that Sebastian's investigation was fair and just. Of course it was, Justine. Don't you know that I'm the fairest of them all? Edgeworth, my boy, despite how things may seem, I kinda actually like you. If, and this is just an if, you see, if you were to withdraw your objection, you might be sitting on this side of the bench tomorrow. Oh, you trying to bribe me now? I'll ask you one more time, Edgeworth. Do you have any objections? Don't take me for a fool. I advise you to watch what you say. This man is the one who should watch what he's saying. I'm talking about the case, not about a chair. I demand a testimony. By all means, let me hear it. I want to know how the PIC understands this case. Testimony from us, huh? Fine then, if that's what it takes to make you happy. Courtney, give him the materials from the investigation. Sir, but that's... It's the end of the line for him. I'll let him go out in a blaze of glory. If you insist, Mr. Chairman. Okay, we got our evidence back? Yes. Why don't we have Courtney give the testimony? I have no objections. Mr. Edgeworth. Don't worry, Kay. You just watch from over there. Alright, let's dance. Ms. Crane went to the black market auction as a customer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. We believe she left her seat after winning the bid for it. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. What about the lift? Well, I mean, okay, I suppose she would have been seen going that way. Ms. Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. That was how she met her end, and that concludes my summary of the case. The red raincoat was up for auction. Is that a fact? It is quite likely. The red raincoat had been a piece of evidence in the assassination attempt on the president of Zheng Fa, as you well know. Originally, it should have been stored in an appropriate place. But when I asked about it, I learned it went missing. And it somehow made its way to the black market auction. Certainly a natural conclusion. My, well done, Courtney. Your explanation is as clear as ever. I am much obliged. Prosecutor Edgeworth, will you concede defeat now? Sorry, but I don't plan it. I see. I'm relieved. Relieved? What's she mean? Come to think of it, her reason for questioning me yesterday remains a mystery. Is she trying to get... What is she thinking? We'll have to see. Game's up for auction. Bid for it. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform.
Hold it!
The victim was a PIC member. Couldn't she have also just left from the meeting room? If she had done so during the auction, then its existence would have been revealed to the public. Right, because it would have been... Because her key card would have been recorded. Since Ms. Hart knew about it, it seems the cat's already out of the bag. The customers were required to enter and exit from the hatch. Ms. Crane was simply following protocol. Considering where the murder took place, she must have tried to leave through there. Right, and if she did use her ID card to leave the room, then the whole anonymity thing would have gone out the window. Since it would have been obvious who she was. Crane went to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. Why would Kay do such a thing? And that's something. We haven't really established any kind of motive for Kay. We intend to question her about that later. Oh, later. Okay. Later? That seems to be your favorite time for interrogations. If the culprit was aware that the customers were required to exit from the hatch, it would have been easy to lie in wait for an ambush. Miss Crane was attacked when she was leaving the hatch. Wait. You're saying she was attacked after she left? Went up through the hatch, but... this says otherwise. We can clearly see blood on the hands of who we're presuming that this was Crane.
Objection!
Judge Courtney, I found it to be strange for a while now. Why is Miss Hart here with us? She's an eyewitness to this case. Isn't it only natural for her to be in attendance? Ah, shucks. I reckon I'm more of an ear witness than an eyewitness. Seems that gaining the trust of others isn't your strong point, Judge Courtney. Perhaps I simply do not wish to be as tactless as you. It appears you have failed to get the witness to tell you the most vital information. Please look at this photo. It was taken by Miss Hart. This photo seems to have been taken in the storeroom. And what of it? According to your reasoning, the incident took place on the viewing platform. However, Miss Hart encountered the incident in the storeroom. And that's another thing. I don't think we found any blood outside on the viewing platform. That's right, it had taken place just before this photo was taken. Wait, if that's true, then Justine's reasoning... Exactly, it doesn't hold up. What? Miss Hart, allow me to ask you again. You saw the person in the photo with your own eyes, correct? I sure did. Seen him plain as day with my own two eyes. And what did you think at the time? I figured I was about to get me a big scoop, you know? I guess that makes sense. That's not what I meant. What did you think of that person? Huh? Well, I reckon she'd help bring me home the bacon. Are you mocking me? Ah, shucks, don't make that scary old face. It was just a harmless little joke. The person in the red raincoat? I reckon they were the culprit. I hope you understand now. The crime occurred in the... Huh? What? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I can't understand your argument if you don't say it out loud. If you simply asked, I would have been more than willing to explain. Explain what? The sounds Miss Hart heard may not necessarily be related to the case.
Objection!
That's impossible. Enough of your excuses. Was the voice that Miss Hart heard really that of Miss Crane? Such a shady conversation must have had something to do with the case. What did her voice sound like? Her voice? Well, beats me. How's I supposed to know? They were both using voice changers. Ah, that is right. Both of them had... Everyone involved in the auction did have those voice changers. Yes, the voices Miss Hart heard had been altered by a device. We must therefore question whether or not they have any bearing on this case.
Objection!
You need not object just because you wish to sigh. Judge Courtney, it seems I've greatly overestimated you. No, Courtney's quite amazing, you see. You claim the sounds Miss Hart heard have no bearing on this case? Even if they don't, it doesn't change the fact that the crime took place in the storeroom. At the very least, the crime must have occurred before the victim went up to the rooftop. The reason being... Okay, here's where... This is where we show the blood on the person's hand.
Take that!
At first I thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Well, Ms. Hart's testimony certainly made it sound that way. Precisely. It was because she saw the person's hand was covered in blood. Anyone who heard her testimony would have arrived at the same conclusion. The person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and the blood on their hand was the victim's. However, if the person in the red raincoat was the victim, then the situation changes completely. Huh. Since blood can be seen in this photo, it must have been taken after the crime occurred. So wait. Wait, was she attacked here, managed to make her way out the hatch, and then died? It seems you've been under the wrong impression in regards to the victim's condition. The victim was definitely attacked in the storeroom. Immediately afterward, the victim was seen with blood on their hand. That must mean the victim was still alive even after she was attacked. The blood on her hand must have come from her own wound. No way, are you saying she died from a hand injury? No, Draco. It did... Okay, again, is it what I said before? She was stabbed. She fought off her attacker, managed to crawl out of the hatch with her last bit of strength, and then died, and that was the part that Kay remembers seeing. Was that it? Yes, he is. Again, I question why Sebastian's not the subject of this hearing. No, that's not the case. I suspect she just held her hand against the wound. It can't be seen in the photo, but at this moment she must have already suffered a fatal wound. If that's true, then it changes a lot of the things, you know? It seems you understand. This refutes the allegations against Kay. Kay encountered the victim after this picture was taken. I believe at that point in time, the victim was already on the verge of death. Indeed. It's likely Kay just happened to be present when the victim reached the end of their strength. That's what it's sounding like. That is quite the coincidence. Indeed. I can only say that she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Prosecutor Edgeworth, it seems you have forgotten a crucial fact. Oh, you mean that, right? He must be pretending that he hasn't noticed it yet, you see. What'd you say? Are you implying I forgot something? Courtney, I think it's about time you gave him his last rites. Hey, Pops, Justine's with me, you know. Don't order her around like that. You know, even though you're my son, you're so embarrassing. I'm not embarrassing. I'm sorry, but you're both rather embarrassing. Justine, give Mr. Edgeworth his, Very well. I shall give him his last rites. Oh, what's this? When the body was found, there were 3 wounds in Miss Crane's chest. Hey, MB, thanks for coming. I'm sure you're well aware what kind of wounds those were, right? Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you still say the same thing after reading it? So you're asserting that she died instantly? Oh, right! There's that head wound that's unaccounted for. And the burn mark on her hand. I'll offer a rebuttal, of course. Why would you do that? Didn't you hear what Justine just said? Of course I did. And I still plan to object to it. It's not fair! You're always opposing me at every turn! It was never my intention to oppose you. Huh? Really? It's simply not worth my time. I see, so that's how it is. Yep. After all, I'm... That's enough, you know. You're embarrassing your father, you see. Oh, damn, June, you're just being taken out. What do you mean, Pops? The victim's fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. But wait, are there no stab marks in the raincoat? So 3 wounds. That sounds rather painful. Indeed. We must punish the culprit accordingly. Kay, don't listen to what she says. Judge Courtney, please continue your reasoning. Very well. She had 3 wounds. I'm sure you're well aware what kind of wounds those were, right? She was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. So the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart, is that correct? Yes, the candelabra pierced right into her heart. Since this was Dr. Young's medical opinion, this must be the truth. The coroner's medical opinion follows my own opinion. Therefore, it's perfect. Nobody asked you. I certainly can't ignore the autopsy reports. However... Hey, don't ignore my opinion! However, if the cause of death was a stab wound to the victim's chest, wouldn't it contradict that piece of evidence? Oh, he's totally ignoring me. Justine, say something. Yes, I will not allow you to ignore my reasoning. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Again, if she was wearing this raincoat when she was stabbed, why are we not... Shouldn't we see the holes and the blood stains on it? Charmin Best, do you know what this is? Seems to be a red raincoat. How about it, Courtney? The victim, Miss Crane, was wearing this earlier. Prosecutor Edgeworth, must I repeat my explanation to you all over again? I suppose it just might come to that. Judge Courtney, answer me this. This red raincoat was stained with blood. Do you happen to remember where specifically those bloodstains were located? Of course I do. They were on the hood. Wait, it can't be! What does this mean? Judge Courtney, were there any other bloodstains besides the ones on the hood? None were detected. Don't you think it's strange? The victim died from a stab wound to the chest. In that case, there should have been bloodstains on the front of the raincoat. However, the only blood they found was on the hood. This is a huge contradiction. Indeed. Debested. The wound on the victim's hood was no ordinary wound. After all, the victim sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest. It does appear that way, doesn't it? The victim first suffered the head wound. So, why did the autopsy report say otherwise? If she had already been stabbed in the chest, the raincoat would have been stained with blood. Therefore, it's unthinkable that her chest was stabbed before she suffered the head wound. So the order of the wounds would be first the head, followed by the chest. So first she was hit over the head with something. However, does that really change the situation? Oh, I think it does. With this, a contradiction is born, one that overturns all of our assumptions up until now. Oh, man. Give me a sec, and we'll continue this. Okay, so this case takes yet another turn. Now we're asserting that the order of the attacks were mixed up. She was hit over the head first and then stabbed to death, rather than vice versa, because the initial autopsy report told us that the head wound was post-mortem. And also there's the fact as to what they were wearing at the time, because this is apparently what the conductor of the auction was wearing, but then we're led to the possibility that the killer might have swapped clothes with her, because Edgeworth even commented on the jacket that it's the kind traditionally worn by a man because of the way it's buttoned. With this, a contradiction is born, one that overturns all of our assumptions up until now. Is the change really that great? I look forward to hearing it. Well then, this contradiction, why don't you show it to me? With evidence. Which piece of evidence shows the... Right.
Take that!
This is the autopsy report, written by Dr. Young. According to this, the head wound was post-mortem. But that's not what the raincoat shows. Exactly, it's the exact opposite. Bailiff, hurry and summon Dr. Bonnie Young at once. Until we hear what she has to say, we can't close the curtains on this case. Yes, ma'am, understood. Dr. Young is a busy person. It'll take some time for her to arrive. In the meantime, let us try viewing this case from another angle. There's something that's been on my mind. One of the key figures in this case. The conductor. We still don't know who that person is. Now that you mention it, even after our investigation, we still have no idea who it is. I mean, again, we assumed it was Jill Crane originally, but then, again, with after the possibility being raised that the killer switched clothes with her. The conductor has come up time and again during this hearing. However, at this point in time, their identity remains a mystery. How about it? Do you have any ideas? I'm still not sure at the moment. However, there is someone I have in mind. A certain individual involved in this case who might know something about it. Who's that? Blaze the Best. I demand your testimony. Ooh. We go, what? I mean, it would definitely explain why he is trying so hard to find a scapegoat this quickly. Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you suspect Pops? Are you trying to cast suspicion toward the chairman of the PIC? Do you understand what that means? Status and prestige mean nothing before the truth. That man's trying to pin the crime on Kay. The evidence that was in Kay's possession, the ticket stub, the mask, the corsage, those items didn't come into her possession out of her own volition. I mean, he practically admitted to us that it was all planted on her. By some method, that man purposely planted them on her personage. It's hard to believe such a sudden accusation, but I'll ask just in case. Why would he do that? Obviously, to direct suspicion toward K. I succeeded in drawing out those words from him earlier. Mr. Chairman, your response? Are you too shocked to speak? And what of it? Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, what of it? You say you drew out some words from me, but you don't have a shred of proof, you know. No one else heard it but you. It just doesn't work like that, you see. Or do you have something else? You know, some kind of basis for your argument? This confidence. He also showed it at the cell. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I would like you to explain once more. I trust we have your permission, Mr. Chairman. But of course, I'm pretty interested in this matter, myself, you know. I'd like to know just what part of me seems criminal to Edgeworth. There's no one as honest as I am, you see. How can he say that with a straight face? Let's start from the top. The fact the auction was held in this room is a cause for suspicion. Yeah, that does seem... That's sus on its own that the PIC conference room would be where the auction's being held. This is the PIC meeting room. I imagine it would be difficult for non-members to enter. That's why all the members have key cards, you know. I think we can assume that multiple auctions have been held here before. Therefore, suspecting a member of the PIC would be... the best! Yes, because the conductor had to have been a PIC member. Wait, no! What was that all about? What do I do, Pops? I just helped the enemy! Sebastian really is an idiot, you know. But you see, Edgeworth, I'm not the only one with access, you know. Indeed, there are 11 members in the PIC. Even if we rule out the victim, Miss Crane, there are still 10 potential suspects. It's not me! But it couldn't be the chairman, right? By the way, DeBest looking like Robotnik up there with the goggles and the red coat and everything. I don't know who it is, but whoever it is should just come forward. Yes, everyone, just calm down, you know. Edgeworth, is that all you got? Where's the evidence to suspect me? Oh, so you've fallen silent. But you've gone too far, you see. I won't forgive you anymore. It's too late for regrets, you know. I'm a very important man, you see. Former chief prosecutor and chairman of the PIC. It's fine if you're not prepared to face the fire, you know. 'Cause you see... either way, it won't make any difference. You've been rambling on for quite a while about the most trivial details, you know. Like the location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and, you know, what else was there. It just doesn't matter, you know. Because you see, none of that means anything, you know. Think about it. We've got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. That's all that matters, you see? She'll even get a lighter sentence with her confession, you know? Now then, if there are any contradictions, be my guest. How can that be considered a testimony? There must be a contradiction somewhere. That person, he's very important, isn't he? Mr. Edgeworth, it's alright. Let's just give up. Surely, I must have killed her. I can even remember it. Don't be tied down by your muddled memories. If you want to believe in something, believe in your own innocence. Believe in me, who believes in you. But my opponent is the PIC chairman. Taking him down won't be easy. However, he's underestimated me. If I can take advantage of that. Location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and what else was there? The autopsy report and the questions about the conductor? Were you even listening? Talk is cheap, you know. I was listening, you see, but I didn't think much of it, you know? You didn't think much of it, even after I brought up all those issues? Perhaps your judgment needs to be questioned, rather than my ability as a prosecutor. That's a good one, Edgeworth. But you see, just doesn't matter, you know, because you see, none of that means anything, you know. Think about it. We got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. It may be true she confessed, however, that doesn't make it the truth. Especially if you dragged out a confession under duress. She's suffering from memory loss, so we must question the credibility of her testimony.
Objection.
Whoa. Even if you say that, you know, it still won't solve anything. What good will it do to deny her confession? Sounds like nonsense to me. Want to try asking her again? I think she'll just say that she's the murderer again, though. Very well, let's try asking her again, one last time. I'd like to hear from Kay herself, whether or not she's the culprit. Huh? For me? Will that be alright? If this goes poorly, it will be quite unfavorable for you. I don't mind. However, I shall ask Kay the question myself. I moved to tears, you know. Oh, how touching, you know. How very touching. Fine then, I'll let you ask her. However, I have one condition. If all this proves to be a waste of time, then that will be the end of it. How's that sound? The end of the hearing? Yes, it seems you can be smart once in a while, Sebastian. In other words, you see, if she confesses again, Kay Faraday will be found, beyond a shadow of a doubt, guilty. Yep, it's a fine idea. Guilty, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, that's right. That's harsh, but either way, if I do nothing, she'll be declared guilty. Kay? Yes? I know I'm asking of you is unreasonable, but please, I want you to answer me. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. Do you remember anything? Anything that would prove your innocence? Why? Why would you go that far for me? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to remember. Because I might have done something even worse. Even worse? What do you mean? If that were the case, I would only make things worse for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay Faraday must have been a despicable criminal. Someone who betrayed your trust. Don't worry. We've only known each other for a short while, but I know you very well. I'd even say that I know you better than yourself, now that you've lost your memories. Oh god, look at that penalty! Holy shit. That you can't possibly be the culprit because your true identity is the Yatagarasu.
Take that!
The great thief, Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is a noble thief who would never stoop to murder. No, it's useless. Oh. After all, no matter what, that memory still remains. The image is stuck in my head. I just can't get rid of it. That means I must have...
Hold it!
There's no clear evidence to prove you're the culprit besides your own confession. Remember what I said. You must believe in yourself. Or perhaps you can't trust my words? No, that's not it. It's because you're trying to save someone like me. You've already lost so much, all for my sake. I can't bear it anymore. Please, please just give up. Okay. I see now. I thought it was strange. The reason you were acting like you wanted to be found guilty was because you were concerned about me. That's just like you, Kay. Aww. It's because you're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Unfortunately, I may fall short of your expectations. I'm not trying to be a good person. No matter how much you may want me to give up, I'll keep trying to save you. Huh. This is really sweet. That's the nature of who I am. Whether or not it's a burden for you is none of my concern. Kay, believe in yourself once more. You're a noble, great thief. What you should be doubting is your memory of committing the murder. That is my wish, above all else. Please. Oh. Ah! Huh? Kay? What? Did she remember something else? What is it? Did you remember something? If she remembers something now. Be like a bad movie. Bull? Huh? Huh? Bull? Prosecutor Edgeworth, please ask her to clarify. Well, Kay, what do you mean by bull? Bullshit? Red Bull? The edges are cut off. Are they? I didn't... I don't... Huh. Oh, I guess they are, albeit very slightly. I think it's just because of the DS emulator I'm using. I'm not sure And I'm streaming this on Twitch Studio, so I don't think I really have much control over that. It doesn't seem like it's... Yeah, it does look like it's very slight. Not enough to really impact anything. The person in the red raincoat had that with her. Had what? Oh! The stuffed bull doll. I'm certain of it. Oh, and I also see the burn mark on the hand. So that clearly means that this is Jill Crane. That very distinctive burn mark on her hand. Is that true, defendant? Yes, Your Honor. The court hereby accepts the defendant's statement as a new piece of testimony.
Objection.
Quit messing around, Courtney. A testimony like that can't be accepted, you know. So what does this mean? Your objection's been noted, sir. However, testimony about the victim's belongings has been lacking up until now.
Objection.
Nevertheless, you know, her vague memories can't be trusted, you know. Her memories are vague? That would be bad for us as well. Didn't you say this earlier yourself, Mr. Chairman? Since we have the suspect's confession, we don't need to worry about the trivial details. If we decide to doubt her memories, then we must also doubt her confession, which is the main foundation of our case. She's got you there. Are you willing to do that, sir? You're right. Well, never mind then. I shall leave it to you. Thank you very much. Oh, we did it. It was touch and go for a while there, though. However, those words of Judge Courtney just now. It almost feels as if she's on our side. Maybe she does want to reach the truth in her own way. Prosecutor Edgeworth, did you know anything about the stuffed animal? The stuffed animal Kay spoke of must have been this. We found it in the storeroom. It's believed to be one of the items for the auction. This is... Do you know something about it, Justine? No, it's just a bit different from what I imagined. Indeed, it's certainly not what I would have expected the victim to be carrying. Let's examine it. Okay, we know it's missing a horn. The left horn is missing. There's a hole in the stuffed animal. Was there something inside it? It seems this hole is where the horn is inserted into. I guess his head isn't stuffed with cotton. I wonder what's inside. Perhaps I should examine the other side. The right horn seems to be fine, but the entire balance feels a bit off. This horn. Looks like you can move it. What? Huh? What was that buzzing sound? Seems this toy is equipped with a recording device. And... Huh? I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Oh, the burn mark on the hand. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. Huh. Is this the moment of the murder? Who could have recorded something like this? This is... There ain't no doubt about it. This here is what I heard. We can't verify when these voices were recorded. It's also possible they aren't related to the case at all. If only we had some video as well. That's hogwash, I'm telling you. That right there was the conversation I heard. The victim was holding on to it, right? I reckon it must have recorded when she got attacked. That certainly is a possibility. However, your testimony alone is insufficient. I require something with a bit more credibility. Again, her words. Oh, it almost sounds as if she's trying to give me advice. Judge Courtney, there's no mistake that those voices were from the incident. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. If we compare this part of the recording to a certain piece of evidence, we can prove it. Again, is it referring to the burn mark? The autopsy report. And exactly what part of the autopsy report shows that?
Take that!
I remember clearly what that voice said. You can't hide that burn from me. On the victim's hand, there was a burn mark. Indeed, it just happened to match up, you see. But what of it? According to case testimony, the victim had been holding the stuffed animal. And it just happened to record a characteristic of the victim, namely the burn. That's just a coincidence. I mean, it could happen, right? I do not think so. It's hard to believe that all of this is simply a coincidence. The voices on the stuffed animal were most likely recorded during the incident. One of these voices must belong to the true culprit. From what we've heard, it must have been the one who was doing most of the talking. But what's the point? In the end, we still can't tell their gender or identity, you know? Right, especially since they were they all had voice changers. Indeed, because they had been using voice changers, it can't be helped. It seems the situation has become quite clear. The conversation Miss Hart overheard was between the culprit and Miss Crane. That's what I've been telling you from the start. And from this, we'll understand a new fact. Please enlighten us, then. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Chairman. Do what you want. According to Miss Hart's testimony, just before the incident, 2 people came up from the auction hall, using the lift. It must have been the conductor and one of the auction guests. They probably went there to settle the payment after winning a bid. And then, it was there that the crime was carried out. Since the auction continued after the crime took place, we're led to a single truth. This is the new fact we arrived at. Since the conductor was the only one who could keep the auction going, we can conclude that the deceased victim could not have been the conductor. Justine? Please be quiet here, okay? If the conductor was not the victim, they must have been the culprit. Please wait. That alone is insufficient. Of course, even I don't intend to rely only on the process of elimination. Certain traces left at the crime scene led me to believe that the culprit is the conductor. Well then, please show it to us. Traces left at the crime scene that let me deduce the culprit is the conductor. Left to hide the storeroom's existence. The culprit purposely left a large amount of blood in the meeting room. In doing so, we were led to believe the meeting room had been the scene of the crime. It was a ruse by the true culprit to hide the blood that had fallen from the storeroom, so he wouldn't find out about the existence of the black market auction, correct? Indeed. If the culprit had been unrelated to the auction, there would have been no need to do such a thing. Ergo, the culprit could have only been the conductor. Well then, do you have any ideas to who the conductor might possibly be? The auction room's at the PIC meeting room, and furthermore, there's a storeroom above it. The conductor must have been, at the very least, a member of the PIC. So, in other words, you suspect me, I take it. Isn't it natural to suspect you, the one with the most authority in the PIC?
Objection.
Whoa. You are quite capable. I'll give you that much at least. But you know, like I said before, you're far too naive. You have nothing, you know. There's no evidence that proves I'm the culprit, you see. If by some chance you do have evidence, then why don't you present it? Do I have evidence that Blaze is the culprit? We don't have any yet. Blaze himself has suggested that he's the criminal. He's been showing that strange self-confidence for a while now. He knows there's not a single piece of evidence left behind to incriminate him. If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned, Edgeworth. Just kidding. I always wanted to say that, you know. Well then, Courtney. I reckon I just remembered something too. Huh? You also lost your memories? Nah, that ain't it. Something just popped in my head just now. Very well, please tell us.
Objection.
Courtney, could you tell me what you're doing? Prosecutor Edgeworth will not give up until we've destroyed every last possibility. I'm destroying every possibility, so he'll never oppose us again. Justine, I don't really know what's going on, but well said. Pops, I'm gonna help too. After all, he's the one who's wrong. Fine then, let's hear what she has to say. Well then, Miss Hart, please proceed. Sure thing, just leave this to me. Please make sure you only tell the truth. Ain't that a matter, of course. I'm a bona fide journalist of justice, you know. Somehow I feel uneasy. Y'all saying the culprit was the conductor, right? That means the victim was a customer. Now here's where it gets a mite strange, you see. There were 11 people at the auction. When the auction continued after the incident, I went straight on over and snuck a peek down below. You don't mean... That's exactly what I mean. All 11 people were still there, present and accounted for. What? Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. Saw it with my own 2 eyes. So it started with 11 people, and there were still 11 people after the murder? Was it a ghost? You know, Sebastian, normally a prosecutor would call that a contradiction, you know. Were there really no changes in the auction at all? Huh. Really, I'm telling you, the auction just went on like normal. Ah, but there was one itty-bitty thing, though. What is it? You know those hammers you always see in an auction? Like the one that lady's using over there? An auction gavel, perhaps. Yep, that's the one. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the sound no more. It'd been banging away just prior to it. Oh? The sound of the gavel. Does that have anything to do with the case? Was that what was used to hit her over the head? If Miss Hart's testimony is the truth, then this matter has taken a grave turn. If the victim was neither the conductor nor customer, the very foundation of Prosecutor Edgeworth's reasoning would collapse. Ugh! Justice prevails, as they say. I hope you've learned your lesson, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, there really is nothing we can do. It's not over yet. Some mysteries still remain. I have to think. If I don't, then Kay will be... Did you get the answer you wanted this time? Well then, a deal's a deal. Justine? Please wait, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's still too early to make a judgment. There are still a few mysteries left in this case. Until we have solved them all, we cannot call this a complete victory. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was expecting you to shout. Hold it, like you always do. Yes, of course. Once again, Judge Courtney's come to my aid. Well then, what is it? What sort of mysteries are left? Well, of course, there's the contradiction in the autopsy report. That kind of thing. I brought her in. What's wrong? Why were we suddenly called in here? Did someone suddenly get sick? I'll begin preparing to come for a stat. Ouch! What'd you call me here for? Did something happen? Dr. Young, Miss Jensen, you have my gratitude for taking the trouble to come here. This won't take long, so please relax. Tell me what in blazes is going on. Of course. We called you here because something came up. Judge Courtney, what are you planning? Bonnie Young, under the divine rule of law, please answer truthfully. There were no mistakes in your autopsy report, correct? Granny would never make a mistake. That's certainly strange. Huh? What's strange? This court has found an error in Dr. Young's autopsy report. Dr. Young, please tell the truth. Did you falsify the autopsy report? Did she? And if so, why? That's terrible! How can you accuse her of that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Why would I do such a thing in the first place? To protect the true culprit, of course. What you talking about? I would never do such a thing. How strange. In that case, why would there be an error in the autopsy report? I wonder. Prosecutor Edgeworth? What do you think? Oh, I expected you to press into her statement like you normally do. Why is she taking control of the situation and trying to help me? I don't know what her goal is, but I must play along. If the autopsy report you gave to Sebastian had been authentic, then the error should not have been there. But wait a minute, I didn't do anything! That's what we'll figure out from this point on. Firstly, Dr. Young, I'd like to hear your testimony. Why do you want to hear her testimony? It would be pointless. I'll be the one who decides whether or not it's pointless, not you. There are patients waiting for us. But Granny, ow! Anyway, we don't have time for this. Is there any way I can convince you? This is of the utmost importance. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, Granny should still testify. So please, try to finish this quickly. If we don't return soon, there will be people in terrible suffering. And yet you were lollygagging about on the viewing platform earlier. I promise you, this won't take long. Only if she tells me the truth, of course. There are no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports. I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive. There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report. Ouch! I've got nothing to gain from falsifying the autopsy report. Is what she says. See? There's nothing strange at all. Yes, that's right, you know. There's no way she'd falsify it, you see? Under the name of the Goddess of Law, do you swear that this testimony is the truth? Of course! Granny would never tell a lie.
Objection!
We were asking Dr. Young. You don't need to hear from a third party. I'm not a third party. I'm on Granny's side. If you raise an objection to my testimony, you'd best prepare yourself, you ex-prosecutor. Ooh. I'll definitely expose this contradiction in the autopsy report. I mean, it sounds like she has a lot of inside knowledge of the PIC.
Hold it!
So in your long career, you've never once made a mistake? A doctor's only as good as the length of their track record. If I were just talking about lengthy track record, that former chief prosecutor has one too. And yet his actual abilities don't seem to measure up. I hope that you're not the same as well. Ouch. That's a low blow, you know. But you know, Edgeworth, I don't make mistakes either, you see. Because, you see, before I can make a mistake, those around me will have already made it instead. See, I don't have time for mistakes. It's quite amazing, you know. Must be karma. You can't compare a chief prosecutor with a doctor. You really can't. The victim wore this raincoat after suffering a blow to the head. And yet there was not a single drop of blood on the front of the raincoat. Therefore, it's impossible for the head wound to have been post-mortem. Well, that's... Ouch! I don't need you to tell me that. That's what I wrote down from the very beginning. The autopsy report says the head wound was post-mortem. That's completely different. Yeah. I relayed it to Karen what to put down in the autopsy report. After that, it was none of my beeswax. Relayed to Karen. Please elaborate on that. I would like you to verify once again what you saw when you examined the body. Like we said, ouch! Well, about that, she was done in by a thumb to her noggin. Wait, so the head... Dr. Young, do you know when that happened? Before she died, of course. The wounds on her chest were post-mortem. This is totally different. What? This... So the blow to her head was the fatal wound. The chest wound was post-mortem. This is completely different from what we were told before. That's what I relayed to Karen, so that's what should have been written in the report. That's what you relayed to her, huh? I'm finally beginning to see the truth. Is there something crooked about our cute nurse here? Dr. Young, please confirm what this autopsy report says with your own eyes. I'll read it aloud. Ouch! Oh. You bonk. This autopsy report wasn't written by me. What? What do you mean? Jesus! I don't know. Okay, will you stop smacking each other around for a second? But Granny, I can't say that! Ms. Jensen, if you're trying to keep the truth in the dark, then... in place of the goddess of law, I shall hear your confession. Judge Courtney is talking with Dr. Young in private. What? Is that true? Understood. I shall convey your words to everyone else, Dr. Young. I properly relayed the autopsy report orally to that child. It seems my granddaughter must have mucked it up while she was writing it down. Wow, she mimicked her voice perfectly. There's no need for her to go that far, though. In other words, the contents of the autopsy report had been falsified. By your hand, Miss Jensen. With that, we've proven the wound on her head came first, followed by her chest wound. Miss Jensen, why did you falsify the autopsy report? Hold on a second. She never said she falsified it, you know. She just made a teeny tiny mistake when she wrote it down. Post-mortem and ante-mortem sound kind of similar, you know. They're complete opposites. That's the very definition of falsification. Miss Jensen, why would you lie? Okay, ouch! I want you to tell me too. Why would you do something like that? Granny, but because you falsified the autopsy report, Kay fell under suspicion. Tell me why you did it. I can't say. I just can't say it. Not I don't want to say, but I can't say. You're all a bunch of bullies, you know. Ganging up on this poor girl who loves her grandmother so. She's totally unrelated to this. I think we can forgive her for one tiny mistake. That won't do. Aren't you the one with the most to lose if she testifies? What are you saying? You see, as a former prosecutor, you'll have to speak a little more clearly, you know. Very well, as you wish. I shall answer clearly. Miss Jensen played an essential role in this case. Is she an accomplice? Miss Jensen falsified the autopsy report in order to assist the true culprit. Ow! This girl's an accomplice? What's your basis for that claim? It was impossible for a single person to commit this crime in the first place. The crime could not have been committed without at least two people, namely because the number of people in the auction. If the conductor was the culprit and one of the auction guests was the victim, it would contradict the witness's testimony that there were 11 people after the incident. What now? You got a problem with my testimony? Not at all. Rather, it's because I believe your testimony. That's why an accomplice must exist. So you still won't admit that your reasoning is wrong.
Objection!
Up until now, we had not even considered the possibility of an accomplice. However, if there had been an accomplice, it changes the entire story completely. If the accomplice took the murdered auction guest's place, the number of people remains 11. Oh, I see now. So that's what you're thinking. But you know, wouldn't that have been quickly discovered? Ms. Jensen and the victim have similar physiques. If she wore the victim's mask, she could have easily taken her place. Ms. Jensen, did you switch places with the victim? I wouldn't... Who is the conductor? In other words, tell me who is the true culprit. I can't. I mean, that would also cause trouble for Granny. Ouch! But, Granny... I'll accept whatever wrongs you may have done. Just tell me everything. Oh, jeez. Whoa, 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 whoa! As I thought, it appears you really were the accomplice. Miss Jensen, why? Miss Jensen? Would you please tell us? Yes. It's okay, Granny, I'm fine now. I switched places with the victim, Miss Crane. So you admit to being the conductor's accomplice? Yes. I helped the conductor. I don't really know why, but for some reason... The conductor was expecting to be attacked by Miss Crane. The conductor expected an attack from the victim. They were so sure it was going to happen that they came up with a plan to counter it. A way to beat the victim at their own game. And that's when I was called in. I was told to wait in the storeroom before the auction began. Whoa there, you ain't fooling my eyes. If you were waiting in the storeroom, I reckon I would have bumped into you. After all, I'd been up in that storeroom the entire auction. I'm telling the truth. I wonder about that, you know. Can we really believe a girl who would falsify a report?
Objection!
There should have been many places to hide in that storeroom. Then by all means, tell me, where did our little nurse hide? Ooh. Was it
Take that!
in the trunk? She hid inside this costume trunk. Costume trunk, eh? Ah, now that you mention it, that box was already there before I snuck in. I figured I'd hide in there myself, but it was wrapped up nice and tight with a chain. And it was locked too, so I had to give it up. I suspect that was when you sneaked into the room. Miss Jensen was already inside the trunk. Yes, it would have been bad if one of the guests from the auction opened the lid. After instructing me to hide inside, the conductor wrapped a chain around the costume trunk. I think they went downstairs using the lift shortly thereafter. It was right before the auction. So when the auction began, only you and Miss Hart were in the storeroom. Yes, that should be right. The auction had been going on as usual, but when a certain participant made the winning bid, the conductor committed the crime. Miss Hart must have heard the altercation that occurred then. Hair split apart like a chocolate orange. You betcha, I was trembling behind that there statue the whole time, though. Following the altercation, Jill Crane was murdered. After killing Jill Crane, the conductor carried her body to the costume trunk. And Miss Jensen, who had been hiding in the trunk, was made to take Miss Crane's place. The victim's body was placed inside the costume trunk. The conductor then took Miss Jensen, who had been made to look like Jill Crane, and returned to the auction hall as if nothing had happened. Was this roughly what happened in the storeroom during the incident? Yes, that's right. Pulling the old switcheroo with one of the auction guests. Ain't that impossible? That gal and the murder victim are two completely different people, you know. Don't you reckon one of the other participants would have noticed and caused a ruckus? No, not at all. The reason they didn't notice the switch was because... Okay, yeah, she swapped clothes, and because they were all wearing masks anyways, the other people there probably would have been none the wiser. From what I can tell, Miss Jensen and the victim appear to have a similar physique. Furthermore, there was a rule requiring a mask to be worn during the auction. If their clothes were the same, I doubt anyone would have noticed she was a different person. Yes, I blended right in. I borrowed Miss Crane's clothes and... Ouch! You mustn't embarrass the dead like that. I know, I also thought it was pretty heartless to leave her exposed like that. Oh my. So, when the conductor wasn't looking, I covered her up in the raincoat that was up for auction. Oh. So, I think when we saw... That was when this was worn. She must not have been dead yet. So, did somebody finish her off after the fact, or did... Or did she simply... Again, she made her way up the ladder, and then the last of her strength gave out. So she was the one who put the red raincoat on the victim. And then the auction resumed as if nothing had happened. I reckon I took the picture of her in the red raincoat after that. That would make all the facts line up. After I took the photo, I went over to the lift to sneak a peek down below. I witnessed the 11 participants, and then I hightailed it back behind the statue. Don't tell me you were hiding there the entire time until we found you. Nah, that's... how should I put it? What is it? Did something happen? I didn't mention it before, but after that I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I fainted. Well, something like that. So something did happen. It ain't no big deal. Kind of embarrassing to say, though. There was this huge thump sound all of a sudden. I was a little surprised by that. It was right after I just witnessed a murder, so I was shaking in my boots. My heart sort of tightened up and I was off to La La Land. When I woke up, it was already the next day, around the time y'all came by the storeroom. I see, so there was a large sound. Miss Hart, I take it you don't know what transpired in the storeroom beyond this point. I guess, but after the auction, all the masks were properly returned. So I reckon the participants had exited through the storeroom, just like I done said. Miss Jensen, what were your actions after the auction resumed? I took the victim's place and participated in the auction. The conductor instructed me to win the bid for the costume trunk. Because the body was inside it. It would have been bad if another auction guest won the bid for it. You didn't realize the box was empty? And the trunk was still there afterwards, so what happened? No, we only found out when I came up to the storeroom to pay the bill. The conductor was with me and told me to go search for her immediately. And then, I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder. Kay. Yes, she probably fell down from the roof and lost consciousness. Maybe the victim left the hatch open when she went up to the rooftop. I understand now. Kay was surprised at seeing the collapsed victim and didn't notice the open hatch. She must have missed her footing and fell down into the storeroom. Miss Hart, I've determined the sound that made you faint. Oh, was it Kay falling down to the storeroom? It was likely the sound of Kay falling onto the storeroom floor. That might have been it, though I reckon it could have been pathetic to faint over something like that. When Miss Jensen found the unconscious Kay, Miss Hart was also unconscious behind the statue. The situation is becoming clearer to me. Miss Jensen, please continue your story. After I found Kay and the victim, I put them both in the trunk. If the customers at the auction found out, there would have been a huge commotion. Was this an order from the conductor as well? Yes, it was. But since I secretly decided to put the raincoat on Miss Crane, I had to dispose of the raincoat without the conductor noticing. So the conductor didn't anticipate the raincoat becoming another piece of evidence. And finally, we dressed Miss Crane in a spare conductor's outfit. I see. In doing so, you made the victim appear as if she was the conductor. In the end, the auction ended without anyone noticing anything. Miss Jensen, your crimes have become clear. If you know anything else, please hold nothing back. I want to help you more, but that's all I know. If I had to say, there's just one thing that bothers me. When I took Miss Crane's place, I borrowed her clothes. But there was no way for me to borrow her hair. Ouch! Huh? What kind of coroner's assistant goes around stealing people's hair? Stealing a corpse's hair? I would think that robbing the deceased of their clothes would be questionable enough. Both the color and the length of our hair is different, so I was worried about how to disguise it. However, the conductor even had a wig prepared for me. In fact, he had two of them. Inside the costume trunk, there was both a straight wig and a wavy wig. Two wigs? Why were there two? Who knows? Maybe it was a precaution, in case the victim had changed her hairstyle. I ended up using the straight wig to match Miss Crane's hair. So that means the wavy wig was left unused. Where did that end up? Is that really all you know? Yes. Yep, that's really all I know. So that means you don't know who the conductor is. I'm sorry, I only knew that person as the auction conductor. I never saw that person without a mask on. The conductor seemed to be on guard towards everybody. Why would you... You didn't even know who this person was, but you let yourself be an accomplice to murder for them? That sounds a little weird. Yeah, at this rate. Edgeworth, is that all you got? Intimidation, perhaps. Even if that little nurse is an accomplice, it changes absolutely nothing, you know. In the end, the true culprit is still Kay Faraday. All you did was add another criminal, you know. The rule of law cannot be overturned. At least not for your sake. Is this as far as I go? Am I unable to save Kay?
Objection!
Francie? Francisca, why are you here? Didn't I tell you, Miles Edgeworth? Wherever there's a case, I will follow. Prosecutor Von Karma, your hard work is most appreciated. However, don't get the wrong idea. I only came here to find out the truth behind what happened to Kay Faraday. I don't plan on forgiving you for abandoning the prosecutor's path. I understand. You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday. Ah, dick. Detective Gumshoe did. Listen well, Miles Edgeworth. This will be the final piece of evidence. Jill Crane suffered the wound on her head first. Yeah, we figured that part out. Oh, yeah, they're not... Well, someone say something! Well, I hate to say it, but... we already proved that. Already proved? Yes, well, just a few minutes ago... Ah! You should have told me sooner! You're the one who barged in here and started talking. Well then, does that mean you found out what the murder weapon was already? No, not yet. But I have a pretty good idea. Is that so? In that case, listen well. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt cylindrical object. The wound on her chest was suffered post-mortem. A cylindrical murder weapon.
Objection.
Oh, what? You know, this report of yours, I trust it's accurate, of course. These were the results of 2 independent autopsies carried out by 2 respected doctors.
Objection.
That's reassuring, but it's too bad. You have no right to investigate. Interpol is after the black market auctions, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. The victim participated in the auction. Therefore, it is only natural for me to investigate. Especially now that she's been murdered. I see, I see. Clever girl, little Von Karma. Then it has been settled. The victim died from blunt force trauma to the head. Okay. Unfortunately, the murder weapon has yet to be found. Just knowing the shape of the murder weapon gives me an idea as to what it might be. Hey, in my investigation, we didn't find any other murder weapons, you know? If you consider the conductor's possessions and the crime scene, the answer should be clear. The blunt cylindrical object used in the auction hall was... it was something the conductor had in their hand during the auction. Namely, an auction gavel. An auction gavel? We didn't find anything like that! If the culprit is the conductor, it's possible the gavel may be the murder weapon. However, that alone is not reason enough, wouldn't you agree? Of course. I proved to back it up. I think it was... Yeah, the gavel wasn't heard afterwards.
Take that!
According to Miss Hart's testimony, after the victim had been murdered, it seems she suddenly stopped hearing the sound of the gavel during the auction. However, she had been able to hear it up until then. Why was that, you ask? It was because it had been used as the murder weapon and was covered in the victim's blood. It became necessary to dispose of it, isn't that right? Blaze to best. I'll have a search for the murder weapon performed immediately. Well, good luck with that, you know. You've got to work as hard as you can while you're young, you see. He's completely confident we won't find it. Considering... Did he burn it? Well then, while the search for the murder weapon continues, I hereby call for a brief recess. Whew, okay. I think we are entering the final, the final leg of this, so I think we're just gonna... We're just gonna finish this off tonight. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be back. Alright. So it looks like this is going to be the final leg of this trial. So let's do this. Order in the court. Prosecutor Von Karma, your report, please. I have bad news. We've searched every inch of the Grand Tower, but the auction gavel was nowhere to be found. Yeah. That is most unfortunate. It seems I'm left with no choice but to pronounce a verdict. Well, it sure seems that way, you know. Normally you wouldn't commit a blunder like leaving behind a murder weapon, you know? The best criminals would never do something like that, you see. I don't have enough information. Is this as far as I can go? Yes, it's a shame, you know, but it can't be helped, you see. This takes me back, you know. All those defendants who came to me, asking for a plea bargain. They trusted me, you know. Told me every one of their dirty little secrets, see? And when it came time for the trial, I'd get them sentenced to life in prison. They were all completely dumbstruck, you know. Each and every one of them. Oh, how I wish you all could have seen it, you know. The stupid look on their faces. I shall hereby announce my verdict. Please humbly accept the words of the law. There's nothing more I can do. With this, both Kay and I are... If only we had some evidence. I never thought I would be passing judgment on you like this. Is this the end? The defendant. Placed at best. I hereby indict you. What? Whoa, that came out of left field. Oh. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? I have here documents regarding a certain case, the IS-7 incident, a case that happened 18 years ago. Why is that being brought up again? Documents, you say? Why would you suddenly... Wait, you don't mean... On the day of the crime, the record of your keycard being used was because... I came to this room to fetch these documents, of course. Although, when I entered the meeting room, it seems it was before the black market auction had begun. At first I told you I came to gather documents about you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. At that time, I simply couldn't tell you the truth. What are you doing, Justine? Why are you indicting Pops? Date of the event, December 24th, 2000. 18 years ago. Hey, we're almost at the, on the anniversary of that. Prosecutor Manfred Von Karma, Defense Attorney Gregory Edgeworth, Victim Isaac Dover, Defendant Jeffrey Master. Crime scene. Dover's body was discovered in Mr. Master's mansion. Related persons, Delicia Scones, Catherine Hall, Dane Gustavia. There are no clues to whereabouts of Dover's son or Gustavia's son, who until the day before the incident regularly visited Mr. Master's mansion. Oh, is either Dover's or Gustavia's son, are they related to this incident? Without any basis, this is slander! That was a wonderful remark, Sebastian. Huh, really? Of course there's a basis. During the case 18 years ago, prosecutor Manfred von Karma fabricated information regarding the body. That was because the body of the sculptor, Isaac Dover, had been stolen. Papa fabricated information about a body? What do you mean? What, are you not aware at this point, Francie? Detective Lacer, who handled the initial investigation, reported that the body had gone missing. However, in order to deceive Prosecutor von Karma, there is a person who purposely did not report to him that the body had disappeared. What? What did you say? That person would not forgive those who defied him, nor would he allow others to hold power. He would use any means necessary in order to bend others to his will. And then, also 18 years ago, Director Young was ordered by a certain individual to write a fake autopsy report. Oh. Dr. Young was the one who wrote the autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. Oh, so von Karma received it from her. Please wait, Granny didn't do anything wrong. She was ordered by that person. She had no choice but to obey. That person was the chief prosecutor at the time. The chief prosecutor 18 years ago. You don't mean Blaze? The chief prosecutor who gave Papa his first penalty. It was none other than you, Blaze the Best. Oh. What are you saying? Pops would never do something like that. Sebastian, we do not need your opinion right now. Oh. Blaze the Best, do you have a rebuttal? Fabricating stuff about the body. Von Karma did all that on his own, you know. Falsifying the autopsy report? Young, you would actually do something like that? Man, you really did some terrible things behind my back, you know.
Hold it!
Seeing as all the parties concerned are here today, we should ask them directly. Please wait, Granny is out! Granny? I'm sorry. I knew, that's why I... Yep, because if I didn't, he said he would expose you. I see, so that was how he was able to get Karen to cooperate. He probably threatened Granny. If I didn't assist in the crime, Granny would be prosecuted. That's what that man, the conductor, told me. So Miss Jensen was being threatened. Was the conductor who threatened you, Blaze the Best? That... I don't know. How do you not know? The person who threatened me was the auction conductor. They do have similar physiques, but I never saw the person's face. I mean, that beard's kind of hard to miss. Any trivial thing is fine. Give us a characteristic that could be a clue. That's right. The conductor's mask. It exposed just a tiny part of his face. There's a tattoo there. I'm sure of it. A tattoo, you say?
Objection.
I really have no idea what you're talking about, you know. As you can see, there are clearly no tattoos on my face, you see. Unless, again, unless your hair is covering it. So that person doesn't match me at all, you know. The person who threatened her, this so-called conductor, I wonder who it is, you know.
Alvaru!
You have incurred the wrath of the goddess of law. I suggest you watch what you say. Hasn't he incurred your own wrath rather than the wrath of the goddess? Jill Crane had been pursuing you just as I have. And I will not let her death be in vain. Was she investigating him? And got found out. Crane was, you know, you say she was pursuing me? My, I didn't really know her that well, you know. I don't mind girls chasing after me, you know, but I don't recall her ever falling for me, you see. Not in that way, I don't think. You didn't know the victim well. That's a testimony we haven't heard up until now. Before the eyes of the goddess of law, you shall give us an official testimony. I see. Everyone's bullying me. If you're gonna go that far, that's fine, you see. I'll just have to make you disappear. Oh. Every last one of you. Holy shit. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall cooperate with you as well. If you let this opportunity slip by, I doubt we'll ever get him to stand in court again. Please, do not let this chance go to waste. Yes. I promise I'll live up to your expectations. Now then, blaze to best. You shall testify regarding the victim. Man, those crazy eyes in that shot there. Regarding Jill Crane. The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, you see? Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know? Either way, it's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know? I have no idea why she was pursuing me, you see? You intend to deny your guilt until the... You intend to deny your guilt until the bitter end, don't you? Of course he does! There's no way Pops could be the criminal! I mean, he's my Pops, you know? He's the very best. Like no one ever was! Okay, Ash. Yes, Sebastian. If you're gonna stick up for me, be sure to have a clear basis, you know? Alright, I got it. I'll clear you of these false accusations, Pops. I believe in you, Pops. We won't lose to someone like Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, yes. You really are pure, you know. That person, he really loves his father, doesn't he? However, one must be able to accept the mistakes of their father. This coming from Francie, though. No matter how much they may look up to him, each person must atone for their crimes, no matter who they are. This is going to be hard for Sebastian, but I simply can't overlook his father's crimes. The victims? Personally, I didn't really know her that well. So you're saying you weren't very familiar with the victim? That's right, I didn't even know about the burn mark on Crane's hand, you see. You didn't know about the burn mark? Well, you see, even if I had gotten close to her, she would have disappeared soon. It's a pain to remember someone, you know, when they're just gonna disappear, you see. In other words, anyone who defies him disappears. I'd like you to add your statement about the victim's burn to your testimony. I only just learned she had a burn mark on her hand, you see. So you're saying you didn't know about the victim's burn. Is that really the truth? You really are persistent, you know. Do you really think I would pay attention to every little wound on a woman's hand? I would think the burn mark on the victim's hand would be hard to miss. Now that you mention it, Jill Crane would regularly wear gloves. Oh, so like Kyoko. I too did not know about the burn until the incident occurred. Jill Crane regularly wore gloves, presumably to hide the burn mark. I thought so. She was probably trying to hide the burn mark, you see. I understand how sensitive a woman can be about these things, you know. I would like you to add your so-called sensitive understanding of a woman to your testimony. Maybe she was always wearing gloves in order to hide the burn mark, you know? But then... She wasn't wearing the gloves. She wasn't wearing the gloves here. And then... And apparently she wasn't wearing the gloves when this conversation was recorded.
Objection!
Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. If that's true, then it creates a huge contradiction. Oh, a huge contradiction, you say? I'd like you to listen to the voices recorded on the stuffed animal one more time. Bzz, bzz. And I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. Revenge, though. Revenge for what? We were under the impression that this was the moment when the victim was murdered. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. We thought this statement was said by the culprit. Isn't that fine? What's the problem, you know? Was it the other way around? Is that what you're gonna speculate? There's a huge problem with that. If the victim had been wearing gloves from the start, it would have been possible to see the burn on her hand.
Objection.
Gloves come off very easily, you know. She could have taken them off during the auction. That's not true. Miss Crane had been wearing her gloves when I took her place. Oh? She must have been wearing them before she was murdered. What does this mean? What are you saying? Don't you understand the position you're in? I'm not scared anymore. I have Granny here with me. Blaze, your day of reckoning has finally come. Somehow, it seems like you all want to disappear. Permanently. The only one who will be disappearing here is you, Blaze the Best. Hey, how dare you say that to Pops? Does it really matter if the burn mark was visible or not? It certainly does matter. If the burn mark was visible, then we'd have a complete turnabout of the situation. What are you saying? If the victim's burn mark wasn't visible, what exactly does that tell you? The culprit also had a burn mark. The victim didn't. Is this it? Did we have it backwards? Sebastian, turn your way of thinking around. If the victim was wearing gloves, then her burn mark couldn't have been seen. In that case, whose burn mark was seen? Someone else's burn mark. Precisely. The culprit must have had a burn mark as well. In other words, I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. The person who said this was not the culprit, but the victim. What? So...
Objection.
I mean, considering how much you like playing with that lighter, I wouldn't be surprised if you had burn marks on your hands. Sebastian, can you please step aside? Edgeworth, all your reasoning up until now is just a figment of your imagination, you know. The culprit had a burn mark. Where was it, you know? Then again, if... was Jill the aggressor then? And he simply killed her in self-defense. I don't think it's gonna be that cut and dry, though. If you can't answer that, then your logic doesn't hold up, you know? Where was the culprit's burn mark? I wonder where the burn mark could have been. Didn't you say... Wait. During the auction, wasn't everyone wearing a disguise? Indeed. During the auction, everyone should have been dressed in a particular way. If the burn mark was still visible under those conditions, then... didn't Karen say that... Where was her... Has a facial tattoo? What if what she saw was the burn mark? Not a tattoo. No, why don't you show us? Where was the culprit's burn? You'll have to show me the proof, you see.
Take that!
It was what the conductor was wearing during the auction. In other words, the outfit you were wearing at the time. What can you figure out from the clothes alone?
Objection!
The conductor had been wearing a white suit, white gloves, and a mask. His attire had covered up most of his skin. However, according to Miss Jensen's testimony, the conductor's mask exposed a small part of his face. In addition, while she thought there had been a tattoo there, it's possible that she simply mistook the burn mark for a tattoo. A burn mark on his face?
Objection!
That's all very scintillating, but I'm afraid you're getting excited over nothing, you know. None of the PIC members have any burn marks on their faces, you see. Naturally, that includes me as well, you know. Pops, but... Sebastian, could you please be quiet? If you're an idiot, then act like one, you know? Normally, Sebastian's a nuisance to everyone around him. But this time, I owe my gratitude. That reaction from Blaze's own son. It reveals the truth more clearly than anything else. He sounded like he does know something. Thanks to him, I'm confident that my reasoning is correct. I know who that unidentified piece of evidence belongs to. I wonder what's wrong with that prosecutor. Usually Sebastian is slower to arrive at the truth than anyone else. However, this time he has probably figured it out. His own father is a criminal. Since he knows the truth, he's in pain, isn't he? If he didn't know the truth, he could have remained blissful in his ignorance. Kate, we're here in order to pursue the truth. It doesn't matter what path my reasoning takes. The important thing is to arrive at the truth. Once before, when I lost faith in my reasoning, you said that to me and showed me the way. This time, I shall show you the truth. You are innocent. I also want to know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me. Yes, that's the spirit. That's impossible, you know. For all of you. I mean, just where could I possibly have a burn mark? It's nowhere to be found, you see. There's no evidence to prove I'm the culprit, you know. That's right, there's no contradiction at all. There's no way there can be a contradiction. Not for my pops.
Objection!
Sebastian, I understand why you don't want to admit it. However, if you avert your eyes from the truth, you'll regret it forever. Pops, what should I do? I didn't expect to see this kind of character development for Sebastian, though. At least... Huh. I really wonder why you're such an idiot, you know? Sebastian, if you really want to save me, you'll have to try a little bit harder, you see. Yeah. As much as I love seeing people rip into Sebastian, I mean, maybe, again, his insufferable personality, maybe because he just had a shitty father. Gotta use your head, you know. Honestly, you really are a useless idiot. Yeah, that's... Jeez. No way. But I tried real hard. I tried my best, Pops. I went to the school you told me to go to, reached the top of my class just like you told me to. Just look at this jacket. Only someone who graduates at the top of his class gets to wear it. I did everything you told me to do. That's how I got to be the best at the academy. I even won all those awards just so I could be like you, Pops.
Objection.
You really are such an idiot, you know. Wow. Okay, I'm starting to feel for Sebastian now. You know those gold stars you got in your tests? I made the teachers give them to you. Every speech and debate contest, all the judges were my friends. You know, Sebastian, if you weren't even able to notice something like that, you're really not worthy of being called my son, don't you think? Holy fuck this guy. Man, fuck this guy. He is just the worst. Oh, God. He ran out crying. Even my son has disappeared. Oh my, it's enough to make me cry, you know? He was trying his best for me, and yet he was totally useless, you know? You are truly a despicable person. As the chairman of the PIC, and as a father, even I feel sorry for that foolish prosecutor. Poor Mr. Prosecutor. Blaze the best. You just... What do you think of your own son? He's just a useless pawn, you see. Whoa now, maybe you should look in the mirror before you criticize me, you know. I mean, even you. You also used Sebastian to get close to me, didn't you? I cannot deny that. However, he is not a mere pawn. He always tries to do his very best, even if the results aren't up to par. He is such a dick. I've seen just how hard he tries, and yet you refuse to even acknowledge it.
Objection.
That kid is no good, you see. No matter what he does or is told to do. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering to the goddess of law to you. deliver her divine judgment against Blaze de Best. Yes, that was my intention from the beginning. If there was a burn mark on the conductor's face, then Blaze de Best must be hiding it. What was he wearing during the auction? That is the key to revealing the truth. Well then, allow me to hear your answer. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face. Okay, this one I think we're gonna be reaching here, but this is one of the only things. The conductor prepared wigs so Jill Crane could be impersonated. There is a straight wig and a wavy wig, but since Miss Crane's hair is straight, the wavy wig was left unused. So where did it go then?
Take that!
If you would recall Miss Jensen's testimony, there's still one point that remains unexplained. 2 types of wigs have been prepared, one of which was left unused. Again, so what happened to that one? Do you mean the wavy wig? What are you talking about? It was something Miss Jensen found when she switched places with the victim. What does something like that have to do with the burn? Inside the costume trunk, Miss Jensen witnessed 2 wigs. One of them had been used by Miss Jensen to make her look like the victim. Now then, just what was the other wig used for? It doesn't seem like it was a spare wig. There's no need to overthink it. Just compare the attire of the true culprit, the conductor, with that of Blaze de Best. Is the beard fake? Don't stare at me like that. Don't you think there's just one spot where there's a huge contradiction? Specifically, around his face. So that's not a wig at all. Indeed, it was no wig. Blaze de Best, it was your fake beard. This is a real beard, you know. Don't tease me like that, Edgeworth. Your son must have realized the truth before anyone else, and he was about to point it out. That's why he was trying so desperately to protect you. You were also worried that he would tell the truth. Isn't that why you drove your son away from here? Because he knew that his father was hiding a burn under his fake beard. Ugh! Blaze de Best. How about you remove that fake beard of yours? Yeah! Huh? Yeah, sure enough, there's a burn mark. Conveniently skull-shaped, I see. Prosecutor Edgeworth? Justice has been served before the goddess of law. For that, I give you my thanks. I should be the one thanking you. Blaze de Best, I hereby announce my verdict. You shall be taken into custody for the murder of Jill Crane. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you very much. I'm so happy you believed in me to the very end. There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor... No, as a friend. I simply wanted to save you. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I bring good tidings. It seems that former Chairman DeBest has been safely detained in the detention center. However, the search for the murder weapon, the auction gavel, continues. Blaze DeBest is a shrewd man. There's a good chance that he already disposed of it. There's also one piece of testimony that concerns me. Blaze DeBest mentioned that the only thing that he didn't fake were the letters. What do you mean? First, he found this letter in Jill Crane's clothes. Then he also found this letter on Kay, who was unconscious in the storeroom. The contents of the letters seem to suggest the two had been corresponding with each other. Which is why Blaze DeBest assumed the two were working together. Ridiculous. That can't be right. After reading the two letters, he decided to pin the crime on Kay Faraday. In order to cast suspicion on her, he planted one of the letters in a noticeable spot. The deceased Jill Crane's left breast pocket. Isn't that just an excuse? Yes, that's what I thought as well. It may have simply been a last-ditch effort to save himself. However, before the stern eyes of the goddess of law, these are all trivial matters. His crime shall certainly not go unpunished. With this, I finally fulfilled one of my long-standing missions. Judge Courtney, will you tell me what you know? Why did Blaze DeBest murder Jill Crane? And what lies hidden behind this case? Yes, I don't mind. You have the right to know everything. Long ago, Jill Crane was in love with a cameraman. That man was pursuing the black market auction as a journalist. And then, before he could reach the truth, he was erased. The feelings and the items Miss Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to the auction. She had come to exact revenge on the conductor, Blaze. Oh. Although in the end, she was the one who was murdered instead. I see. So that's what happened. While the Goddess of Law cannot condone her actions, we have succeeded in our goal of bringing Blaze DeBest's crimes to light. So, Judge Courtney's goal is to expose Blaze DeBest and reveal the dark secrets of the PIC. By the way, what happened to the young prosecutor? We've been unable to contact him for some time now. Oh, what happened to... Do you have any idea where he might be? I had not been truly working for him, so... I see. I feel very sorry for him. What you should be sorry for is the fact that he was kept in the dark until now. No matter how cruel reality is, he will have to accept it. If he cannot, he won't be able to walk his own path in life. Ever. A father's influence is not something that's easily erased. However, I'm sure he'll be able to change from here on out. Yes, that's right. Surely, you must be right. Will I too be able to walk my own path in life? Kay, is your body alright? Yes, thanks to you. I'm so sorry. Even though you're my patient, you ended up getting suspected because of me. Ouch! You can't just take care of the patient's body. You gotta take care of the heart, too. That's my granny. Kay, how are your memories? I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something. Well then, I shall take my leave here. I will be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial. Oh, that would be the trial for the murder of Horace Knightley. Who's in charge of the defense? Miss Crane was supposed to be your defense attorney, but now that she's passed away, we are currently arranging for a replacement defense attorney. Is it gonna be us? Jill Crane had been in charge of Patricia Rowland's defense? I'll also have to get in contact with Sebastian quickly, since he's the prosecutor in charge. Well then. Please wait! What about Mr. Edgeworth's prosecutor's badge? What'll happen to his prosecutor's badge? With the chairman's arrest, the PIC is no longer functional. So I cannot answer that question easily. Perhaps one could say only the goddess of law knows. But that's... You don't need to worry about me. This is the path I've chosen. It seems you have no plans to change it either. Of course not. I chose this path to seek out the truth. With the departure of Blaise to Best, the law has once again returned to our hands. If you truly desire to continue the prosecutor's path, I am willing to assist you in reclaiming your badge. I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. I do not relinquish my badge with half-hearted feelings. I see. It seems that our paths of law will continue to run counter to each other. Until our paths cross once again, I shall have you hold on to that badge. That was my intention from the start. However, on occasion, the goddess of law is quite generous. Please return this notebook to its proper owner. Oh, Kay's notebook. It sounded like Kay's promise notebook. That was where we thought that Kay and Jill were collaborating. That this was what she was going to retrieve for her. seems this was scheduled to be put up for bidding at the black market auction. The name K is written on the notebook. It seems Blaze to Best quickly realized this belonged to the girl, since the letters he found also contained the same name. You speak as if he really did not know about the letters. Are you saying Blaze really did not prepare the letters himself? Yes, that man said so himself. Kay Faraday's goal was to steal back the notebook. Jill Crane's goal was to get revenge. In order to achieve their goals, the two teamed up to infiltrate the auction, or so he says. Unfortunately, this was all Blaze's misunderstanding. It was purely a coincidence. If the attorney from the PIC and Kay really were acquaintances, it would be strange that she never mentioned it to me, considering her personality. You really do trust her, don't you? In the end, the notebook was used as another red herring, but it's something that's very important to that girl, isn't it? I'll make a special exception and return it. I'm sure it's what the Goddess of Law desires. That's, I appreciate it. I shall pray that she recovers her lost memories. Is something wrong? Okay, I'm returning something very important to you. This is... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Look, Daddy, I wrote them all down. Yep, I'll be sure to follow all of our promises and become a hero just like you, Daddy. Ah, that's right. There was one more. I forgot to write down the most important promise. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I'll be sure to remember. I'll never ever forget them. Always try your hardest to learn things you don't understand. That's right. I am... Oh God, what... I am... the great thief who steals the truth, Kay Faraday! Oh, is she back? Yes! I am the second Yadagarasu and Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Alright, welcome back, Kay. It's kind of embarrassing, though. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Even when I lost my memories, you were always trying to save me, right? Seems you're back to normal. Wow, Kay, you've gotten better. Your health comes first. Now you can relax. Just make sure you don't run off and lose all your memories again. Ah, Miss Jensen, Dr. Young, thanks for worrying about me. Hey, if you're feeling no better, how about changing back into your own clothes? I washed your clothes for you, Kay, so they're nice and clean. Those clothes. Wasn't Detective Gumshoe holding onto them? He said forensics was done with them, so he gave them back to me. Have they revealed the results of the analysis yet? To be honest, I actually didn't think to ask about that. Yeah, wasn't there something on them? Now, more importantly, let's hurry up and get you changed, Kay. Still, isn't it better if we don't remove her bandages? Oh, she should be fine now. Kay just bumped her head. She didn't really have any other major injuries. What? Then why was she so heavily bandaged, right? Better safe than sorry. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure. That's my motto. What a troublesome motto. Come on, Kate, let's get you dressed up over there. Now, this is definitely what a great thief should look like. Alright, she's officially back. A smile certainly suits you best. In the past, now as well. Miss Von Karma, thank you for coming too. I only came back because Scruffy asked me to. That's Scruffy. He also wanted to see your energetic self again. Gummy? What happened to Gummy? Who knows? Maybe he was disgusted with the man who willingly threw away his prosecutor's badge. What? That's not what he thinks. Detective Gumshoe. I must be going soon. I'll be taking these ladies in for questioning. Oh, what's going to happen to the two of them? One aided in the murder of an attorney, the other forged an autopsy report 18 years ago. Those crimes definitely won't disappear. Of course, I will mention in court that they were being blackmailed by Blaze. We'll be just fine. As long as Granny's by my side, we're invincible. Well then, take care. Now then, Kay. Sorry to ask so soon right after you regain your memories, but I have some questions. Sure, ask me anything you want. What were you doing on the day you lost your memories? On that day, I was asked to come to Gourd Lake. I don't know who called me there, though. As I was watching the moon at Gourd Lake, a person in a red raincoat approached me. All of a sudden, he used some kind of drug to knock me out. What? What's she saying? The place where Kay saw the moon was at Gourd Lake, where she mentioned there was a cherry blossom tree and a food stand. And this might have been where her perception got mixed up. When I woke up, it seems I somehow ended up on the roof of the Grand Tower. My mind was still in a daze, so I stumbled around for a bit. That's when I found the person in the red raincoat collapsed. I was startled, and when I stepped back in panic, she fell down the hatch. I fell from a high place and got knocked out cold again. That was where she... Okay, so was that Crane after she somehow made her way up the ladder and then finally expired. And when I woke up, all my memories were gone. And then, why was she then... But then apparently she was stabbed by the candelabra after she had died. So, what was the reason for that, other than to maybe create some kind of confusion? The person in the red raincoat, who exactly was that person? Oh yeah, I was certain I saw them walking in midair. And how was... Somehow this is all starting to make my head hurt. Please, calm down. You're just a little confused because you've only recently gotten your memories back. Most likely, this is the main cause of your confused memories. Oh. This is probably the main cause of your confused memories. You saw the moon at both the Gourd Lake Park and the Grand Tower rooftop, which led you to confuse the two places. Huh? But aren't they totally different places? Even if I was in a daze, do you really think I'd get them confused? Most likely, there was something at the Grand Tower which led to your confusion.
Take that!
It was at the food stand. The Grand Tower rooftop and Gourd Lake have 2 points in common. They both have a cherry tree and a food stall. Oh, now that you mention it, your memories were confused because you had been in 2 similar locations. The person that you first saw could not have been walking in midair. They were simply walking on the ground at Gourd Lake Park. You must have gotten that scene confused with the Grand Tower rooftop. So that's what happened. How dare they steal the memories of a great thief! They'll pay for this! Nevertheless, I wonder who the person that assaulted Kay was. The person in the red raincoat who appeared at Gourd Lake. Hello? Huh? What's that noise? Sounds like it's coming from the storeroom. Mr. Edgeworth, let's go check it out! What's this? My shutterbug sense is tingling. I smell me another scoop. Oh yeah, Lotta's still here. You're still here? Mr. Edgeworth, this walkie-talkie thing here is what's beeping. This transceiver. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? It's still beeping, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not particularly familiar with this sort of device. Come on, we have to answer it. Here goes. Click. Hello, Edgeworth speaking. Kay, please don't just answer it on your own. I'm speaking with Mr. Miles Edgeworth, I presume. This voice is... Shelly D. Killer. Oh, I knew he was gonna... We saw him in Chapter 1. I had a feeling he was gonna play a part later down the line. I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it's been solved? Are you aware of the mastermind who's pulling the strings behind this incident? You. Why do you know about the incident? That's not important right now. Wouldn't you agree? Right now, we're discussing the mastermind behind this case. I've had an inkling that such a person existed even before you said anything. After all, there was evidence to suggest that someone had used Kay to disrupt the investigation. Huh? There was... So who's this mastermind? I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Will you kindly show me the evidence that indicates the existence of a mastermind? Well, I mean... Apparently Kay didn't write this letter. Thank you so much for helping with my plan. I'm glad we can help each other get what we want. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. K. So if K didn't write this, and Blaze denies having forged it,
Take that!
is this it? It's the letter that K allegedly sent the victim. Come to think of it, I don't remember writing that letter at all. Who could have prepared this letter? I too am quite curious to know. So you're not the one who wrote the letter. What could I possibly gain from doing such an act? Is it not necessary for you to stand in court in order to make the truth clear? What can you possibly do now that your badge has been taken from you? Oh, he knows that part too. I look forward to finding out from the shadows. This man. How does he know that? Do we have an understanding? Please ensure you do not betray my trust. Now then, if you'll excuse me. He said the case wasn't solved yet. What do you mean by that? And why would Mr. D. Killer even bother telling us that? Nothing makes sense anymore. This case has not reached its true conclusion yet. However, although I've lost my prosecutor's badge, who I'm still... Wait. I've lost my prosecutor's... Who I'm still has not changed. What? That sounds like a typo. While I don't know where this may lead me, I shall reveal the truth. I swear it. Oh man, this was... Man, I really marathoned this one. I did the whole frickin' chapter in one go. Went late with this one. Holy shit. Yeah, that is a long one for me. Okay, but I think that is where we will conclude things for tonight, I think. Next time I return to this, we will start Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Oh, okay, thank you. And, yeah, with that, that will be the final case for Ace Attorney Investigations 2, as well as, you know, like, I don't know, I feel like this whole, not the whole Ace Attorney, series, but at least a major story arc, at least involving Edgeworth. Because we had the first 3 main games, and then these 2 side ones. Because I don't think Edgeworth is in Ace Attorney 5 or 6. So I think this is going to be like the finale for his story arc. And this would be a good one. Again, I've said it a couple of times, but why didn't this get an official release outside of Japan? It really caps off his story arc really well, I think. Anyways, enough rambling from me. I hope to be back tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be doing this or something else. I haven't decided yet, but at any rate, everybody, have a good night. Thank you, MB and Alceris, for coming. And, yeah, have a good night. I hope to see you all later.